Award in 2013 and the Bharatiya Manomitra Award in 2023. He has served in various distinguished capacities as independent director of MSTC Limited, Kolkata, which is a Government of India public sector enterprise, principal of Labour India College, Marangatupalli, and SVR NSS College, Varur, and deputy director of distance education at MG University, Kottayam. An eminent international resource person, Dr. Murali Vallaban has presented more than 300 papers in global and national forums, including the World Parliament of Religions in Toronto, Salt Lake City, and Melbourne, as well as conference in Malaysia and Canada. His presentations and publications focus on eco-spirituality, environmental education, Indian culture, corporate social responsibility, and sustainable development. As a research guide, he has successfully supervised 8 PhD scholars under Mahatma Gandhi University, Zoroastrian College Mumbai, and Lincoln University, Malaysia. He is also an author of several books and numerous articles in both English and Malayalam, exploring the intersections of development, environment, and spirituality. His vision rests on harmonizing the universal rhythm of life, nurturing truth, dharma, compassion, and cooperation as the foundation for human progress and ecological balance. With immense respect and gratitude, we welcome Dr. T.V. Murali Vallaban to the first session of day 2 and look forward to his enlightening insights. Before we move on to the much anticipated session by Dr. T.V. Murali Vallaban, it is my privilege to introduce and invite our respected chair for the session. We are honored to have with us Dr. Pooja A., currently serving as assistant professor in the Department of Political Science at Mary's College, Puthanangadi. Dr. Pooja earned her PhD in political science from the Central University of Kerala. She brings to the session a wealth of expertise in media and politics, freedom of expression, gender justice, and digital inclusion. Her research has been published in reputed UGC care-listed and peer-reviewed journals, and she has presented her work at national and international seminars and conferences, reflecting her commitment to advancing scholarship and dialogue in her field. Beyond research, Dr. Pooja has actively served as a resource person in academic workshops, guiding students and faculty on academic writing, research methodology, and critical thinking skills. As a dedicated educator, she mentors undergraduate students and undergraduate research projects and contributes significantly to various academic and institutional initiatives, fostering an environment of curiosity, rigor, and intellectual growth. With great pleasure and respect, I now invite Dr. Pooja A. to chair the session, and we look forward to her guidance and insights as we engage with the resource person, Dr. T.V. Murali Vallaban. Ma'am, please.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Thank you, ma'am, for your warm welcome. Good morning to everyone. I warmly welcome all the delegates, participants, and guests to the session of our two-day International E-Conference. First of all, I would like to convey my thanks and regards to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to chair the session of an eminent academic scholar. Today's session focuses on a very significant and timely theme, sustainable development in the 21st century, the holistic vision and multidisciplinary mission. We are privileged to have with us Dr. T.V. Murali Vallaban, who will share his insight on this important topic. As we all know that sustainable development is one of the greatest challenges and goals of our today time. It's not only about protecting the environment, but also about ensuring social justice, economic growth, and a better quality of life for future generations. A holistic and multidisciplinary approach is essential, combining science, sociology, policy, and human values to achieve true sustainability. This session will help us understand how such an approach can guide level development in the 21st century. It's indeed an honor to have Dr. T.V. Murali sir with us today to lead this thought-provoking session. The anchor presented his profile in very academic manner. So it's my great privilege to introduce Dr. T.V. Murali an eminent academician, researcher, and visionary leader in the field of sustainable development, environmental education, and eco-spirituality. He currently serves as the director of the Marine Institute of Management and director to the Center for Sustainable and Inclusive Development at Marine College, Kutikana. His work reflects a unique blend of scientific inquiry, spiritual wisdom, promoting harmony between humanity and nature. We are truly honored to have Dr. T.V. Murali Vallavan as our resource person for this international e-conference. His insight and experience will undoubtedly inspire us today. It's my great privilege and honor to chair the session of Dr. T.V. Murali Vallaban sir, a distinguished scholar and eminent speaker. I now cordially invite Dr. T.V. Murali Vallaban to deliver his invited talk on sustainable development in the 21st century, the holistic vision and multidisciplinary mission. Sir, we are delighted to have you with us. The virtual floor is yours. Sir, you can unmute your mic and you can start your presentation now.
Very good morning to all of you, and thank you for the kind words which you have remarked about me. And I first congratulate the St. Mary's College for having taken this topic as the theme of the seminar, because in the 21st century, whatever form of development we pursue, we cannot think but of sustainable development. And development should be sustainable for the humanity as a whole. But it never stops there. The sustainability of the biotic and the abiotic, and also all the planets taken together, is the theme now, because everything is interrelated, interconnected. And this interrelationship and interconnection brings us the idea that the whole planet is one. That is the central idea of sustainable development. Okay, and let me share my presentation. Is it visible? Hello?
No, sir, no. Your slide is not visible, sir.
Okay. What about now?
Sir, your slide is not visible. Sir, we are eligible to show your slide from our side. Can we move with your slide presentation
you
from
can
here,
move
sir?
very well. Okay.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, now it's visible to me.
Yes, sir. You can proceed. You can proceed your presentation now, sir.
Okay. So let's move on to the next slide. Yeah. So friends, we are living in an era of from 2000 AD to 2200 AD. This is calculated or studied as a part of the futurological study by Herman Kahn in his book World Economic Development. There are 4 stages in the evolution of human civilization that is known as eco-economic history. The first period is prior to 8000 BCE, and that is the primitive period of man, where human beings only interacted with nature. At the most, they dug the soil and collected some roots, cut some branches of trees, and collected fruits, and lived a very good life, which is perfectly in tune with the harmony of nature. Then the next stage is from 8000 BCE to 1800 AD. That is known as the period of intervention. So human beings slowly intervened in nature by making use of the tools which they invented. And using these tools, they plowed the soil, cut the trees, and not much destruction to the nature. That also was almost in tune with the law of nature or perfectly in harmony with nature. Now, coming to the third stage, which is from 1800 AD to 2000 AD, he called it as the period of interference. That is the industrial age. We know that the industrial revolution started in the 18th century. And what happened during the industrial revolution? First, the human muscles were replaced by machines. If you look at the kitchen, what all things are now being replaced? These all machines are actually the replacement of human machines. The work done by human muscles are now taken care of by these machines. So, as a result, we find that there is a particular phenomenon that is found. What is that? It is known as the lifestyle diseases. And doctors and other experts in this area say that these lifestyle diseases are the net result of the replacement of human muscles by machines, because muscles are no more put into use. And as a result, the biological mechanism that is working in the body has reached an imbalance, and that's the reason why we are now faced with lifestyle diseases. So when human muscles are replaced by machines, if lifestyle diseases are the result, then what would be the condition now when human intelligence is going to be replaced by machines? And speaking of artificial intelligence and machine learning and the like, the developments that are taking place in the current science and technology. So nobody can imagine that. Only when we face the situation, the reality, we will be able to say something about that. So 1800 AD to 2000 AD, we find a period of interference in nature's resources and nature's harmony. And from 2000 AD to 2200 AD, we find a perfect destruction through overproduction, overconsumption, and supernormal profit, because the world economy would be fully based on a greed-based economy, not a need-based economy. There are a lot of differences between a need-based economy and the greed-based economy. That's why Gandhiji wants the humanity that the planet or Mother Earth has got enough resources to satisfy everybody's need, but not anybody's greed. So from here, next slide. Yes. Next one. Yes. So in this situation, we have, as thinking human beings, we have to probe into the nature of the causes. What caused this situation? And there is a very good book now, written by Frijo Capra, known as The Turning Point. And it says about the medieval science, or in other words, to some extent, the modern science. Capra says in his Turning Point that the 16th, 17th, and 18th century science was led by Francis Bacon, Isaac Newton, and Descartes. These were the three major figures, scientific figures, and their paradigms led the science and technology, modern science and technology. And to put it in a nutshell, what they did was they changed the science and technology from the divine attitude to a scientific attitude. Scientific attitude means before the Middle Ages, the nature was considered as divine. But after the Middle Ages, with the advent of modern science, nature is considered to be a mere machine. Let us see how Francis Bacon viewed that. And Francis Bacon gave us an empirical method of scientific investigation. In his view, nature had to be hounded in her wanderings, bound into service, and made a slave. These are the exact words used by Francis Bacon. Nature had to be hounded in her wanderings, bound into service, and made a slave. She was to be put in constraint, and the aim of the scientist was to torture nature's secret from her. So, exploitation of nature or torturing nature became inevitable as part of the scientific method of exploration of resources and approach to nature as a master. Human beings are considered as masters here and nature as a mere slave. That is the beginning. And this replaced the organic or ecocentric and divine concept of nature with anthropocentric attitude. What is anthropocentric attitude? Anthropocentric is human-centered, that human beings are the most important creatures on this planet. But we know that without human beings also the nature can survive. Without honeybees, we may not be able to survive. Without earthworms and without bacteria, we are not able to survive. But the nature will survive even if all the humanity is exterminated from this planet. That is only the significance. From the nature's point of view, human beings have not much significance. Next. And the next scientist who designed the mechanistic model is Newton, Isaac Newton. And he created an image of the world as a large and perfect machine. He compared the earth as a clock that is fixed on a wall. It is a machine, giant cosmic machine, which is completely causal and determinate and governed by immutable laws and certainty. Scientists can have the certainty of the laws behind this nature. If gone out of order, just like any other machine, nature could be either repaired or its parts could be replaced. So repairing and replacement is possible in the case of nature. That was the opinion of Isaac Newton. So even if any damage is done by human beings' intervention in nature, it could be repaired by the science and technology. That was the view of Isaac Newton. But this is impossible in many cases because human beings don't know the full extent of this universe and also the planet. Because a cubic meter of forest soil cannot be repaired or replaced, since so far scientists could not count the microorganisms in that. That's only one aspect. The other aspect is that this 1 cubic meter of soil has its present form after the evolution of tens of thousands of years. And you cannot create a thing in your laboratory by the evolution of tens of thousands of years. So 1 teaspoon of topsoil contains around 1 billion individual microscopic cells and around 10,000 different species. You see, it is around. It's not correct. So one scientist has written a book, 4% Universe. And that 4% universe says that so far human beings are able to understand only 4% of the universe. Suppose you want to repair a machine, you should know the full. We are supposed to know the full details of that machine, the full parts, the spare parts and its functioning, the interconnections between various parts. Then only we will be able to repair that. But as far as the planet Earth is concerned, scientists themselves claim that only 4% is known. So with the 4% knowledge of this planet Earth, how are we going to repair or replace its parts? This is a big question. Next. Then the next scientist who has influenced the modern science is Descartes, René Descartes. And Descartes' concept is that nature, he also considered nature as a perfect machine governed by exact mathematical laws. And human body also is a machine. John Locke's atomistic theory of society, parts and the whole. And when we consider this whole nature as constituted of different parts, and when the whole planet or Earth could be reduced to its units or parts, that theory was later taken by the social sciences also. This is known as the analytical methods. And this analytical method of breaking up thoughts and problems and materials into pieces and in arranging these in their logical order is known as reductionism. You know that in science and technology, we use two methods. One is the method of induction from particular to general, and from general to particular, that is the reductionism. But we give more importance to reductionism. Everything would be reduced to its parts. That is known as reductionism. And this reductionism divides the mind and matter. It divides mind and matter separately. It divides man and nature separately. But in essence, we cannot divide the mind and matter totally, and also man and nature. Nature, if not nature depending on man, man is totally depending on nature. That dependence cannot be separated. That's why most modern science, for example, in quantum physics, etc., we cannot take matter separately from its relationships. Matter is always in relation to its environment and many other things, and relationship is more important in matter, in the modern science. And division of mind and matter, division of man and nature separates, and that separation brings a lot of problems. As a result of the above three paradigms, the concept of the earth as a nurturing mother disappears. So prior to medieval society, the motherhood of nature was considered and recognized. And after that, that concept is lost. And the concept of earth as a nurturing mother disappeared. Organic view was replaced by mechanistic model, anthropocentric attitude followed by anthropogenic problems. Human-centered problems and human-made problems are the environmental problems actually. This is because we believed that the whole planet and its environment is a large machine and it's functioning. And with the science and technology, we could repair and replace if it goes out of order. Next. So now, as a result of this attitude, we have moved from problems to crisis. For example, in 1970s, we were hearing about political problems, economic problems, social problems, scientific problems, etc. But now we hear about the crisis, scientific crisis or nature's crisis, human crisis. And in human crisis, there is the social crisis, political crisis, economic crisis, and the like. What's the difference between a problem and a crisis? For a problem, it is rather easy to find solution. Why? Because when it reaches the stage of a crisis, it's an aggravated stage. So a crisis happens when a problem aggravates itself and reaches an acute stage. Therefore, when we are living in the age of problems, finding solutions also become very much difficult. Next. Yes, these are the results. Now we are living in the 21st century in such a situation. And these situations are not given or not explained by politicians. It's not explained by religious leaders. It is explained by the UN appointed senior researchers and scientists. And in the IPCC, International Panel on Climate Change, in the 6th Special Assessment Report in 2021, I'm totally depending or almost depending upon this report, because this report has been prepared by 234 scientists from 66 countries, and they contributed to the first working group of this report. The authors built more than 14,000 scientific papers to produce 3,949-page report, which was approved by 195 national governments. So there is no other report much authoritative than this IPCC report. This report has studied the various aspects of the natural environment in which human beings are living. And it brought about so many problems which are to be tackled immediately. Let's see. Extreme weather. This is one of the problems dealt with. Between 1.5 and 2 degrees Celsius increase in global warming will lower economic growth of lower income countries. If climate change and global warming continue like this, we know that there is an indirect impact on the economy, and the economy will be facing a lower growth rate. At 1.5 degree increase, if the temperature of the planet increases to 1.5 degree, 9% of world's population, that is 700 million, will be exposed to extreme heat waves at least once in 20 years. At least once in 20 years, humanity will be facing acute increase in the heat and heat waves. So if the temperature rises half degree more, that is, if it reaches 2 degrees Celsius, 28% or 2 billion people will be affected. 28% of the world population, or 2 billion, 200 crore people will be affected. Next. Again, the same report, a UN-sponsored 1,500-page report, that is a subsidiary report of this IPCC, from Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Service of 2019. It was published in 2019, and that report concluded that 75% of land and 66% of oceans have been significantly altered by humans. That is why we used the word anthropocentric and anthropogenic, human-centered and human-caused problems, significantly altered by humans. This 75% of land area and 66% of oceans have been altered by humans. This is the scientific report, not a politician's report. Water is a source of life, that report says. It is not a resource. So far, we have been believing that water is a resource. but water is not a resource, it's a source. That is the word of the Native American chief Orwell. Now it is becoming a source of deaths. By polluting water, how many millions are dying every year in this world? So it is becoming a source of death. So a source of life has been changed into a source of deaths by human beings. That is why we call the last stage of human so-called industrialization, we are destructing the planet. 90% of biodiversity lives in oceans. Along with oil spills and marine heat waves, there is deep sea fishing, which has become part of our culinary experiments. Yes, next. The risks ahead. 6% of insects, 8% of plants, and 4% of vertebrates will be affected at 1.5 degree. If the temperature goes up to 1.5 degree, increase goes up to 1.5 degrees, 6% of insects, 8% of plants, and 4% of vertebrates will be affected. And if it reaches 2%, 18% of insects, 16% of plants, and 8% vertebrates will be adversely affected. And this leads to the migration of species as well. Now we hear about the migration of humans from one country to another. Now it is high time to think of the migration of species as well. At 1.5 degrees Celsius, 100% increase in flood risks, and 2%, 170% increase in flood risk. Nowadays, we are hearing that if in one corner of the world, if there is forest fire, at another corner of the world, there is heavy flood due to the heavy downpours. So every 0.5% increase in global warming will decrease the food supply also. So that will cause famines and poverty among the human beings. Next. Rising human population and consumption levels leads to the rising of exploitation of resources. In 2020, the Dutch government funded global early warning tool predicted that erratic rainfall and crop failures could lead to food shortages and violent water wars between countries. There is a saying that the next world war would be fought not for oil but for water. So climate change currently threatens the existence of 10,967 species. So much number of species are being threatened by climate change. Next. The West is experiencing the direst man-made drought in the last 1,200 years. It is said that the drought that the Western countries, the increase in temperature that they are facing is the worst, which is recorded in the last 1,200 years. For example, the breasted corns, which have the power to heal themselves and need very little water, are facing extinction. The Beiji dolphins in Yangtze River in China are the first species driven to extinction by human beings. The white rhinos of the savannas in Africa, golden spotted Zanzibar leopard, and the Tasmanian tiger vanished due to human overhunting. Next. Ice-free summers in the Arctic at least once in every 100 years, and at 2 degrees once in every 10 years. This is a very alarming situation. If the temperature rises 2 more degrees, every 10 years, there will be ice-free summers in the Arctic pole or Arctic region. 70% of the world's coral reefs are endangered, and 1.5 degree by 2050, 100% will be reached if it reaches 2% increase, or maybe it is 2 degrees increase, sorry. 10 centimeters sea level rise at 2 to 1.5 degree by 2100 will affect 10 million more people. Risks to marine biodiversity and other ecological functions also are studied by this group. Next. It needs 1.7 Earths to meet the current human demands. So we find that in the case of consumption, Day before yesterday's luxury has become yesterday's comfort, and yesterday's comfort has become today's necessity. If we take the case of a mobile phone, day before yesterday it was a luxury, but yesterday it was a comfort item. But now, without mobile, we cannot live. So that's the nature of human demand or human consumption. So if our consumption style goes like this, 1.7 Earths more resources, that means this Earth provides 100% now, suppose. And if we increase the current consumption like this in future, we need a 1.7 Earths. The world's richest 1% are responsible for twice as many emissions as the poorest 50%. Yes, that is also another important problem, because the inequality also brings environmental disaster. It takes more water to make a pizza than wash the plates you ate it. And therefore, what we need is a climate-friendly consumption and lifestyle, eco-friendly lifestyle. That is the only solution to this. No policies can work. No rules and regulations can work. No laws could be implemented. They have their own share, of course, but unless and until from the bottom of the human mind, if we are not deciding to curtail our consumption, these laws, these regulations, these rules will be of no use. Next. There is a doomsday clock. You know, in Chicago, there is a doomsday clock which predicts the end of the world. And every year, scientists adjust the clock. And as per the opinion of the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, they have readjusted the clock on 24/1/2023. In 2020, we had 100 seconds to meet the end of this world. 100 seconds means not the seconds that we count. In terms of the dynamics world, it is a long time. It takes, if we take 10 seconds, it may be 100 years or something like that. And why it is readjusted? To reduce the time of our total disaster. This is because 800 wars were fought on this planet by human beings after 1945. What's the significance of 1945? It was in that year that United Nations was formed after the Second World War to prevent all the coming wars in the world. But after the formation of the UN itself, about 800 wars were fought till 2023. And now at present, about 13 wars are going on in the world. What is the ultimate use of these wars? Kill human beings and destroy property. Yes, next. Now, another important, interesting thing that we have to note, you can just Google search and find it. Almost 90% of the inventions that human beings made were first used in war, or they were invented primarily for war purposes, which are the examples: sanitary napkins of 1920s, now widely used by civilians. First, it was used for the wounded soldiers. Radar and walkie-talkies of 1930s, now used in air traffic control systems, business and public safety. The night vision equipment, ballistic missiles, nuclear technology, and jet engine of 1940s were first invented for war purposes. Now, night surveillance, space exploration, weather forecasting, nuclear energy, and medicine and airlines. Then digital photography and internet from ARPANET of 1960s were first used for war purposes. And now GPS in day-to-day, now digital cameras and information technology. Then digital, also the GPS of the satellite navigation and GPS of 1970s were used first for war purposes or invented for war purposes. Now GPS in day-to-day life. And AI and drones of the 21st century. We have read from newspapers how effectively these drones are now being used in Ukraine war and how they were very much effectively used in Gaza war. So widely used now. Also, these drones and AI are used multi-purposes, and they are also used in agriculture, industries, and climate studies. Next. So the sum total is that these inventions made by human beings were 90% of these inventions were either for war purposes or used mainly for war purposes. Now, another important thing that I wanted to share is this data summarizes that we are using about 16% of the world income, global national product. Global nominal GDP is projected by IMF around $93.86 trillion in 2021. That's an old statistics, but now I think it has reached 123 trillion or something like that. And the most interesting thing is that conflict and violence cost to the world more than 14.4 trillion, about 16% a year. So about 16% of the world income is totally spent for destructive purposes. That is about $5 per person per day on this planet, which is being spent to kill men and destroy resources. Per capita expenditure for destruction. And at the same time, a person who possesses only $1.9 per day is considered as a very poor person who cannot even meet the both ends of the day. Very poor. $1.9 is the per capita income of a person in the world, whereas $5 is being spent for killing another person and destroying resources. Are we intelligent? Now, next. Yes, this is also 1.4 million violence-related deaths are happening every year. For every death from violent conflicts, 40 times as many people are injured, and also proportional loss of man-hours. Again, the same statistics, I'm not explaining these. The thing is that we are spending much amount for destructive purposes. That is the sum total of this slide. Next. Now, this is the conclusion of the second or third part of my presentation. How scientifically foolish we are. Think of the realities. We spend billions of dollars to find life on other planets. We are sending man to moon and many other planets. Space exploration is very much there. We are spending billions of dollars and trillions of dollars killing the life on this one. At the same time, simultaneously, we are spending trillions. Trillion means 1 lakh crore. Billion means only 100 crore. So compare the mentality of human beings, the attitude of human beings, the practice of human beings. Can we call as intelligent creatures? Therefore, we have to make a shift from the present line of thought, present thought process of humanity in toto. Next. Towards holistic vision and multidisciplinary mission. So this is the theme of scientific researchers nowadays. Holistic vision is an internationally accepted theme. And that's why it has been now included in our new education policy also. Multidisciplinary approach is being regarded very important in the modern science and technology, and also in the modern research. Now let us see what is this holistic vision and multidisciplinary mission. All disciplines are incomplete. When we separate disciplines, it becomes incomplete. Why? Physicists or nuclear scientists are very good at describing and practicing the manufacturing of atom bombs, but they are not able to explain why lifestyle diseases are increasing. But an expert in medical science is able to answer this question. The second example is, economists cannot explain why the Himalayan glaciers are retreating or receding every year between 18 and 20 meters. But glaciologists are able to explain. But glaciologists are unable to explain how much is the loss in agricultural production and why diminishing marginal utility operates in consumption. Economists or psychologists are able to do this. This means that no discipline is complete in itself to answer all the questions arising out of even that discipline. Sometimes the questions that are arising out of science and technology even are not able to be able to answer by scientists. Scientists find it very much unable to answer some questions. Next. That is why in the modern period, we went with biophysics, interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary studies like biophysics, biochemistry, biostatistics, bioinformatics, mathematical economics or econometrics, food engineering, medical engineering. That means the equipments designed by an engineer for medical purposes. That is medical engineering, neuroscience, combination of molecular biology, biophysics, computational science. And last but not the least, psephology. That's a new branch. Psephology is politics plus psychology plus statistics. Next. So what is this multidisciplinary study and holistic vision? The World Bank's, and who has recommended this? The World Bank's central mission is to weld economic assistance with spiritual, ethical, and moral development. So the aid extended by the World Bank for development purposes, which is purely an economic concept, is now extended to spiritual, ethical, and moral aspects of development. That's a new phenomenon that was given in 1998 by Mr. Wolf Hansen, the then World Bank president. And that was reported by the Hindu August 30, 1998. I am quoting this so that you can also refer if you want. What is clear is that there is a unity among us, a unity of the concern not only for the physical livelihood, but also for spiritual and cultural continuity. This sentence is taken from the World Faiths and Development Dialogue Conference in 1998. The Global Ethic proposed at the Parliament of World's Religions in 1993 in Chicago demands the blending of spiritual values and sustainable development. So, with economics, with science and technology, the attitude of human beings are also taken into consideration. The moral attitude, the ethical attitude, etc. There is also a book, Culture, Spirituality and Economic Development, published by International Development Research Center. That is a Jesuit project published from Ottawa, Canada. Next. Not only this, now look at the International Labour Organization report and IPCC report again. The ILO report 1989, number 169 says, indigenous people with their traditional knowledge and occupations or wisdom have a unique role to play in climate action. The report also says that the forests protected by indigenous people of Brazil were found emitting less CO2 than other areas. And also, it has referred about the sacred groves of India, how traditional belief system could protect the local forests. The IPCC's latest report totally defends and demands indigenous lifestyle, knowledge systems, and method of governance for attainment of sustainable development. Again, it is referred in the 6th report. So traditional belief system cannot be sidelined by saying as mere superstitions. There are many scientific and environmental aspects ingrained in those belief systems. Next. The UN called for holistic vision. Therefore, what did the UN say? The UN said, holistic approach, urgent for health of the people, animals, and environment, everything, inclusive approach. This is known as the inclusive growth. Not only including the different sections, denominations of people, but including the animals, the trees and plants, and the insects, bacteria and microorganisms, including all these things, form the inclusive growth. The heads of the Food and Agriculture Organization, United Nations Environment Programme, World Health Organization, and UN-backed World Organization for Animals Health have come together in the face of multiple global emergencies like the pandemics, loss of biodiversity, climate change, and they demanded a holistic approach for the solution of these problems. It was given in 27/3/2023 by the United Nations News. So who all have come together? Food and Agriculture Organization, UNEP, WHO, and UN-backed the World Organization for Animals Health. That means it's not a political organization. It's the organization of the United Nations where deep research is going on about the future of humanity. And they have come together and demanded a holistic approach. Therefore, holism is a necessity of modern education, modern science and technology, modern politics, modern economics, and all branches of human existence. Next. Again, UN says, religious values and practices are deeply entwined in the fabric of daily lives, and the leaders of churches, mosques, temples, and other religious communities play an important role in shaping attitudes, opinions, and behaviors for management and use of environment and natural resources and for sustainable development overall. So as said, we cannot give away with the people's belief system, people's traditions, people's value system, people's family life, people's social life. Everything should be included when we deal with the sustainable development. And that is what is known as the holistic vision and practice put forward by the United Nations. Next. Yes. So far we have been explaining what is holistic vision. Now, the exact word meaning is that the term holistic is from the Greek word holos, means whole. That refers to an understanding of reality in terms of integrated wholes, whose properties cannot be reduced to those of smaller units. This is the basis of systems theory also. This definition has been given by Friggio Capra, none other than Friggio Capra, who is a very famous physicist and mathematician at the same time. And he has said that this holistic vision is part of the systems theory. We find that the human body is a system. Human society is a system. This nature is a system. And in human body itself, what are the things? What are the systems inside it? The breathing system is there. The blood circulation system is there. The metabolic system is there. The nervous system is there. The brain system is there. And in the outer world, we can see the forest system is there. The marine system is there. The desert system is there. The Himalaya mountainous system is there. So the whole world is a system. And what happens in a system? The systems theory looks at the world in terms of interrelatedness and interdependence of all phenomena. And in this framework, an integrated whole whose properties cannot be reduced to its parts is called a system. So we cannot reduce simply a part and keep it in watertight compartment and study it separately. There are various elements, multitude of elements that are affecting a particular element of a system. And in India, this approach is known as, the holistic vision is known as the Samagra or Sakalya Darshan. Sakalya, Sakaladum ennulladanu. Sakalya Darshan, Samagra Darshan, integrated Darshan. So living organisms, societies and ecosystems, etc. are the examples of the systems on this planet. Next. Now we are going to the multidisciplinary and holistic research. It is because the UN has recommended that, because the new education policy has been framed based on the goal 4 of the SDGs put forward by United Nations. So hence the holistic vision and multidisciplinary system are essential parts of the new education policy, or the National Education Policy 2020. The fundamental principle of NEP is multidisciplinary and holistic education. NEP Introduction P5, catalyzing quality academic research in all fields through a new national research foundation. NEP 17.1, promoting multidisciplinary nature and HEIs and emphasis on holistic education. NEP 17.8, coordination through higher education institutes all over the country, from UGC to universities and private and philanthropic institutions. Why I included the NEP slide in this is because the NEP puts forward the holistic vision and multidisciplinary approach for sustainable development. These are the two basic or fundamental philosophies of the sustainable development concept. Next. So a holistic and multidisciplinary education would aim to develop all capacities of human beings: physical, emotional, intellectual, aesthetic, moral, spiritual, and social in an integrated manner. So education also has become holistic and integrated. Next. Now, I explained the fundamental approach towards sustainable development because wherever I go and attend seminars and conferences, I find that directly we enter into the topic of sustainability without going into the philosophy behind that, without going into the conceptual formation behind that, without going into the rationale and logic behind that. If we make a study of sustainable development, it will not be holistic. That's why I so far spent this much time on the fundamental philosophy behind the concept of sustainable development. Now we are going to see the concept of sustainable development and its evolution from purely development point of view. There are 4 concepts I have given here. One is the growth. Growth is, for example, income growth, savings growth, investment growth, like that, purely economic. And next is from growth to development. A society moves into development, and development is more multidisciplinary in the sense that when we use the term development, it becomes comparative. For example, the educational standard, the health standard of the people are also taken into account when we use the term development. And the third one is prosperity. It is more social, more economic, more political, and more value oriented. When prosperity comes, the wellness, the well-being, everything, every aspect is included. More extended concept from development. And progress is moving forward. And when how can a society move forward? A society will be sustainable. When if progress is to be attained, a society should be in a sustainable manner, in a sustainable condition. And what is the main force that drives a society, that throws a society into sustainability? It should be the moral values. For example, that is why we say the morality of markets and the ethics of consumption. These two values, these two aspects of consumption and markets are also included in the progress nowadays. For example, in the international trade, we find that so many unethical things are happening. So many immoral aspects of consumption are found. Adulteration of commodities are found. And if these trends are existing in a society, we say that society is not progressing. Suppose that we have increased the production of food materials 2 times or 3 times in a decade, and suppose that increase in production is also associated with the increase in the adulteration of food materials, what would be the health conditions of the people? That is immoral and unethical. Therefore, the progress to be assured, a society should have a good system of values. It should keep in mind, it should follow, it should comply with the value system also. And values are beyond religion, beyond races, and beyond gender and all. It is a holistic concept, values. Next. Now, when we approach the concept of sustainable development, which is holistic and multidisciplinary, the fundamental slogan, I should say, or the motto that we have to follow is that ecology is the permanent economy. It has an in-depth meaning. Ecology is permanent economy. Whatever form of economic development, whatever form of scientific and technological development, political processes, or whatever be the attitude of human beings towards progress, ultimately, all these programs and processes will find rest at nature. That means ultimately, without nature, we cannot move an inch forward. Without nature, we cannot move an inch forward. Whatever the artificial things we manufacture, the fundamental or the basis is nature. All the material, the permutations and combinations of materials are expressed in various forms, new combinations. For example, plastic, ultimately it comes from the carbon, nature's deposit of carbon, petroleum products. So whatever be the artificial product, it has a basis in nature. That is why we call ecology or nature, the natural resources, is the permanent economy. Next. And the premises of environmental sustainability. Extremes are never sustainable conditions. Extreme heat is not tolerated. Extreme cold is not tolerated. That is why we say that in polar regions and also in the equatorial regions, the biodiversity is less. We have divided the 5 elements of nature. One is the space. It is known as the spatial balance, the spatial function relation or sustainability. The Earth has a space in the solar system. Like the Earth, all other planets also have their own spaces. And each planet is complying the natural regulations. It is following its own orbit. And suppose it drives away from the orbital path, total disaster will be the result. The Earth is revolving on its own axis, and it is revolving around, rotating on its own axis and revolving around the sun. It takes exactly 365 days, and if that breaks, the whole system will collapse. This is the spatial balance. In the human body itself, for hearts there is a space, for the lungs there is a space, for the kidneys there is a space, for liver there is a space. And if the space is, if it is misplaced, the whole body system collapses. So before sustainability to be assured, see that the spatial system is in balance, both in society. It's because in many other human institutions, the spatial balance is not fulfilled. For example, one person who controls education should be an expert in education. One person who handles the medical field should be an expert in the medical field. Otherwise, he won't be able to foresee what will happen. And he won't be able to assess Just like a mechanic wants to know the full parts of his machine, an expert, a ruler, a minister who is handling so many portfolios should be an expert in that. It is quality that determines the progress of the society. And if it is, and that quality is, the first condition is that the spatial balance should be kept while observing the quality of people. Now, the second thing is that after the space, there comes the balance of the air, the atmosphere or Vayu, the balance 78% nitrogen, 21% oxygen, and 1% other gases, balance of atmosphere. This constitutes the balance of the atmosphere, and suppose because the pranavayu or oxygen is useful to us, can it be increased to 50%? If oxygen presence is above 21%, and if it reaches 30 or 40 or 50%, and if a person lit a matchstick in any corner of this planet Earth, the whole thing will be reduced to a heap of ashes within seconds. That's the result. So imbalance of air components cannot be tolerated. That is a precondition for sustainable development. These tornadoes and hurricanes are the examples of the imbalance of the air. And also, when the air goes out of balance in our body, we call it that gas trouble. That is why the tradition is that we kept or we considered the air as Vayu Deva. And temperature. The temperature sustainability, average planet temperature is 14 to 35 degrees Celsius. And this average temperature also promotes the biodiversity. And human body temperature is between 36 and 38 degrees Celsius. When we get fever, we say that there is an imbalance in the temperature of the body. It is not sustainable. And a frigid body means, a cold body means life is not there. So extremes of temperature are not tolerable. They are not sustainable conditions on the human body. And like that, in the planet also, extreme heat and extreme cold are not friends of sustainability. That is why we called the Agni, the balance of temperature, as Deva. Deva means not any category, race or it's a category of people who understands the good things of the world. That's all, Deva. And water content, just like that. We know that 70 to 75% of the planet Earth is covered by water, and about 70% of human body also contains water. That is the similarity between the planet Earth and human body. Suppose dehydration occurs in human body, it is unsustainable. Suppose overhydration occurs in the human body, that also is unsustainable. It is unsustainable at extreme levels of the water content. Similarly, the extreme levels of water content in the planet also is unsustainable. For example, oversupply of water is flood and undersupply of water is drought. Both these conditions are not tolerated. And that is why the balance of this water is regarded as the Devada concept, Jala Devada. The nutrient balance, sustainability of soil. The soil also consists of so many nutrients, and deficiency or excess of any of these nutrients, either in soil or in human body, is unsustainable. It adversely affects the health of the soil as well as the health of the planet. That is Bhumi Devi. That is why we call the concept of Bhumi, consisting of the soil and the other resources. Next. And based on the 5 elements and their balance, we have made a plan from Julie Fraser's triple bottom line, or 3 Ps. So based on the balance of the planet elements as well as the human body elements, the 3 Ps of business, because business more than 90% of the world business is now conducted by private sector. So it is the private sector that determines the sustainability of the planet now. Hence, sustainability of business is an inevitable component of the sustainability of the planet. So during business hours, business practices, the business houses should care for the planet, for the people, then only they should reap the profit. And the detailed points of planet, people, and profit, the 3 P's of sustainability are given below each circle. Next. The sustainability of things. If just like we have seen the 5 elements, the earth has the lithosphere, the hydrosphere, and the atmosphere that constitute the biosphere. The biosphere elements should be in balance. And taking into consideration all these spheres, there is a carrying capacity for the planet. And the carrying capacity cannot be exceeded. And if the carrying capacity of a bus is exceeded, there is every chance of meeting with an accident. The carrying capacity of a ship cannot be exceeded. The carrying capacity of an aeroplane cannot be exceeded. Just like that, the carrying capacity of the planet also cannot be exceeded with the 800 crore people and their greed. That's why the Mother Earth was preparing for the arrival of her children. But the greedy and thankless humanity is looting and raping her now. Hence, the history of human beings shall never be taught to our children. Instead, the evolution of nature and the coexistence of its species should be taught with primary importance. Nature can flourish even without a single human being on this planet. That's what we have already seen. Next. This concept of sustainable development was introduced by the World Commission on Environment and Development in 1983. And the report is known as Our Common Future. You can get the history of the evolution of the concept of sustainable development by Googling. So I don't want to spend much time in that, but I want to spend some time on the name of the title of the report, Our Common Future, which was given in 1987. And that report introduced the concept of sustainable development. And this definition you have come across so many times, development that meets the needs of the present generation without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And what is this our common future? What is the indication? The indication is that the future of humanity is not, or the future of humanity cannot be taken separately. It is a holistic concept taking into consideration the future of the other living beings and non-living things also. This is the indication. It is our common future. That our includes the humanity, the other living beings, and the non-human things on this planet. It is common. The future is common to all of us. And now the species that determines this future is humanity. Therefore, it is the responsibility of humanity to keep everything in balance. Next. These are the 17 SDGs put forward by the United Nations in 2015. And we are supposed to attain all these 17 goals by 2030. But unfortunately, the statistics, UN statistics say that we have only achieved 16 to 17% of the SDGs put forward. That's a very great tragedy. Only 16 to 17% of this SDGs have been attained by the world. Next. Yes. We have indicated certain points with regard to the role of religions, because even now, in spite of all the secular attempts that we have made to keep away religion from humanity, even now, the Pew Research Center says that more than 80% of humanity still follow one form of religion or another. The world leaders of 9 religions assembled in February 1998 to discuss spirituality and economic development under the leadership of Archbishop of Canterbury says. Also, along with him, the World Bank President, Mr. Wolfensohn, in 1998 also called for intermeshing of spiritual and economic concerns. The World Religious Conference in 1993, Chicago, proposed a global ethic. These points we have already seen, a global ethic for the protection of environment and promotion of development. There is the Green Islam and Green Churches movement in the world, which are aiming to have a very sustainable lifestyle. And religion is still one of the strong drivers of society. Drivers of society means 80% of the people are drivers, religious drivers, or religion is a driving force. Therefore, we cannot sideline religion. Next. And in the development world, we have moved to include sustainability with happiness index also. GNP is now extended. The gross national product is now extended to gross national happiness. And it's the collective happiness of a nation. The theme is first proposed by King Bhutan in the 1970s. It is sustainable and equitable socio-economic development, environmental conservation, preservation and promotion of culture and good governance. And that is given in the 10th five-year plan of Bhutan, 2018 to 2030. And it gives importance to traditional values. And Bhutan is one of the nations which follows the organic farming also. Sikkim, Bhutan, etc. These are the two nations. And Sikkim is a state of India. And they have attained some of the objectives of the sustainable development successfully. Next. The other implications with sustainable development is that nature is our common property. It is not the monopoly of the human beings. We have no right to encroach upon nature. We can make use of nature's resources, but we cannot encroach and destroy it permanently. And it's also the home of other living beings. Coexistence is the message. There is an interrelationship and interdependence existing in nature. Human beings have no monopoly of special rights on nature, as we have already seen. And it is human greed that destroys nature. Again, I emphasize the word, the human greed that destroys nature. Next. So, in the economics, modern studies have passed from mere economics or material economics to meta-economics. Economics, ethics of consumption and morality of markets, from material capital to social capital, from social capital to spiritual capital. Next. So as the word of conclusion, what I have to say is that the warning that came from the 1992 World Summit on Sustainable Development or UN Conference on Sustainable Development, the experts sitting together warned the humanity that by the turn of the 21st century, if human beings continue the present lifestyle, either human beings will kill the earth or the earth will kill the human beings. So if we are continuing with the present lifestyle, we cannot last for long. The planet will not last for long. Maybe for a few hundred years more. 100 or 200 years maximum we can go. And other than that, unless and until we curtail the lifestyle, consumption, production, and distribution methods, sustainability will be a long-term dream. Sustainability is the crux of modern development, and it is the crux of human survival. Thank you very much. And I think that I should say a word of thanks for having given me an opportunity to present or make a presentation before you on sustainable development, which is a current topic and which is a topic of very much importance. Students as well as faculties from physical science, physics, chemistry, biology, zoology, and life science, and social science, and literature, and law, you belong to any of these disciplines, all the followers of different disciplines have a common goal of sustainable development now. That means it is multidisciplinary. Anybody can find a space to work and research on sustainable development. And I request you all to devote some attention towards sustainable development during your academic career. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Murali Vallaban, sir, for your enlightening and inspiring presentation. Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay.
Okay, sir. Ecology is a permanent economy. What a profound and breathtaking observation he has made. Sir, in my academic career, first time I got an opportunity to listen to a well-articulated lecture on sustainable development, which effectively connected the core aspect of sustainability, the environment. Sir, your lecture was truly an eye-opening one that highlighted the vital importance of sustainable development. Once again, thank you so much, Dr. Murali Vallaban, sir, for your enlightening and inspiring presentation. The idea you have shared. Thank you, sir. The idea you have shared truly highlight the importance of integrating knowledge from different disciplines to build a sustainable and equitable future. In the 21st century, science, technology, policy, education, and community actions together made holistic approach for develop sustainable development. It calls for global cooperation, responsible use of resources, and inclusive growth to build a future that is both equitable and environmentally sound. Our respected resource person effectively covered all these aspects, highlighting the need for collaboration across nations, disciplines, and emphasizing the importance of collective responsibility in achieving sustainable development goals. Sir, your emphasis on the need for a holistic and multidisciplinary approach has highlighted in the NEP 2020 and the UN's recent report remind us that no single discipline can address the complex challenges for our planet. So the integration of science with spirituality and ethics, as you rightly pointed out here, the key to building sustainable future. So the presentation also made us realize that sustainability is not merely an environmental concern, but a moral and civilizational responsibility. So I think we can open the virtual floor for question and comment session from the participants. Participants, please keep your questions brief and relevant to the topic. And the participants also can put your questions on chat box. And so the virtual floor is open for Q&A session.
Okay.
Participants, those who want to ask questions, please unmute your mic. And after question, you can unmute your mic.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful presentation on the importance of environmental conservation. I really appreciate the way you highlighted the interconnection between development and sustainability. Sir, my question is, in many rural areas, people's livelihood are closely tied to natural resources. So how can development initiatives in such communities be designed so that livelihood improvement goes hand in hand with environmental conservation? So I also like to add some live experiences, like now people are facing this human wildlife conflict. So in that aspect also, how you can connect that environmental conservation and this development aspect?
Yeah. Thank you very much for the pertinent question which you have put forward. First is with the village people's lifestyle. And you know that the village people are very much depending their lifestyle more on the needs than on the grades. What are the fundamental requirements for human life to survive? Have you ever thought of that? We want air. We want a space, first of all, to space to exist, number one. Number two, we want fresh air. Number 3, we want water. Next, we want food. Next, we want clothing. Next, we want very good health facilities. Then educational facilities and the like. Okay. And these institutions or these requirements, if these requirements are satisfied, an average individual will not exceed the limits put forward by nature. It's only when you are tempted by the greed for supernormal profit. I use the word supernormal profit. How many times the multinationals are reaping profit on the products which they distribute among us? 300%, 400%. And in pharmaceuticals, there are studies that even 1,000, 2,000% profit are being reaped by these gigantic multinational corporations. It is that greed that destroys, not the life of a village people. So in my opinion, I think that it is better to leave them alone. We are trying very much to modernize the lifestyle of the so-called aborigines of every land in Africa, in America, in Latin America, in Asia, etc. But from the point of view of sustainability, what I want to say is that they are living a more harmonious life, a sustainable life than we people who claim to be very much civilized. So there should be a proper balance, just like I have said that balance is the crux of this sustainability. There should be a proper balance between the exploitation or use of resources and the human lifestyle. How much we need, that should be the primary question. So therefore, while designing a policy of development, first, the needs are to be met. Next, the comforts are to be met. And only last, the luxuries should be addressed. Now, the cart is being put before the horse. That is the problem. We are giving preference first to luxuries, then to comforts, and only least preference to the necessities or needs of life. This is an inverse formula, or we say in Hindi mein hum bolega ulta formula. തലതിരിഞ്ഞ ഒരു വികസന നയമാണ് നമ്മളിപ്പോ ഏത് തലത്തിലാണെങ്കിലും ഗ്ലോബൽ ആഗോള തലത്തിലാണെങ്കിലും ദേശീയ തലത്തിലാണെങ്കിലും സംസ്ഥാന തലത്തിലാണെങ്കിലും വളരെ പ്രാദേശികമായിട്ടുള്ള തലത്തിലാണെങ്കിലും അത്യാവശ്യങ്ങൾ, ആവശ്യങ്ങൾ, സുഖസൗകര്യങ്ങൾ, ആഡംബരങ്ങൾ, ഇങ്ങനെയാണ് നമ്മളുടെ ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് ഡിസൈൻസ് ഫോർമുലേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുമ്പോൾ കൊടുക്കേണ്ട പ്രാധാന്യം. ആ ഓർഡറിലല്ല ഇന്നിപ്പോ പ്രാധാന്യം കൊടുക്കേണ്ടത്. ഞാനൊരു ഉദാഹരണം പറഞ്ഞാല്, നമ്മളുടെ 5 സ്റ്റാർ ഹോട്ടലുകളിൽ നടക്കുന്ന ആഡംബര ഭക്ഷണങ്ങളുടെ 50% വേസ്റ്റ് ആയി പോവുകയാണെന്നൊരു കണക്ക് കണ്ടു. ഇപ്പൊ വേൾഡ് ഫുഡ് ഓർഗനൈസേഷൻ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ ഫുഡ് ആൻഡ് അഗ്രികൾച്ചർ ഓർഗനൈസേഷന്റെ സ്റ്റഡിയിൽ പറയുന്നത് ഏകദേശം 100 കോടി ജനങ്ങൾ ഈ ലോകത്ത് സാമാന്യഗതിയിൽ പട്ടിണിയെ നേരിടുന്നുണ്ട്. ഈ 100 കോടി ജനങ്ങളുടെ പട്ടിണി മാറ്റാൻ മാത്രം പര്യാപ്തമായിട്ടുള്ള ഭക്ഷ്യധാന്യങ്ങളും ഭക്ഷണ സാധനങ്ങളും നമ്മൾ പാഴാക്കി കളയുന്നുണ്ട്. അപ്പൊ പാഴാക്കി കളയാതിരുന്നാൽ മാത്രം ലോകത്തിലെ പട്ടിണി മാറ്റാൻ സാധിക്കും. അവിടെ എന്താണ് നമുക്ക് വേണ്ടത്? പ്രോപ്പർ പോളിസി, പ്രോപ്പർ ഡിസൈൻ ഓഫ് ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ്, പ്രോപ്പർ വിൽ പവർ, മനുഷ്യന്റെ മനസ്ഥിതി, വ്യവസ്ഥിതി, പരിസ്ഥിതി, ഈ 3 കാര്യങ്ങളാണ് നിർണ്ണയിക്കേണ്ടത്. അതായത് ഒരു നല്ല മനസ്ഥിതിയോടുകൂടി നമ്മളുടെ ഭരണകർത്താക്കൾ ഭരണം നിർവഹിക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ ലോകത്തിലെ ഒരു പ്രശ്നവും ബാക്കി നിൽക്കില്ല. ഇപ്പോ മനസ്ഥിതി മോശമായതുകൊണ്ട്, മലിനമായതുകൊണ്ട് അവരിടപെടുന്ന വ്യവസ്ഥിതി മുഴുവൻ മലിനമായിരിക്കുന്നു. ചുറ്റും നമ്മൾ ന്യൂസ് പേപ്പർ വായിക്കുമ്പോഴോ വാർത്തകൾ കേൾക്കുമ്പോഴോ കിട്ടുന്നത് മനസ്ഥിതിയുടെ മാലിന്യമാണ് കാണുന്നത്. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് ഈ ഭരണകർത്താക്കളുടെ മനസ്ഥിതിയുടെ മാലിന്യം നീക്കുക, സാധാരണ ജനങ്ങളുടെ മനസ്സിലെ മാലിന്യം അല്ല നീക്കേണ്ടത്. കാരണം അവരെക്കാൾ വളരെയധികം ദോഷം ചെയ്യുന്നത് ആരാണോ അധികാരത്തിലിരിക്കുന്നത് അവരുടെ മനസ്സും മലിനമായാലാണ് കൂടുതൽ ഇമ്പാക്റ്റ് ഉള്ളത്. അപ്പൊ അതുകൊണ്ട് ഭരണകർത്താക്കളുടെയും അണികൾ എന്ന് പറഞ്ഞാൽ സാധാരണക്കാരുടെയും മനസ്ഥിതി മാറിയാൽ നല്ല വ്യവസ്ഥിതി ഉണ്ടാവും. നല്ല വ്യവസ്ഥിതി ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ നല്ല പരിസ്ഥിതി ഉണ്ടാവും. അപ്പോൾ സസ്റ്റൈനബിലിറ്റിക്ക് വേണ്ടത് ഡെവലപ്മെന്റ് പ്രോജക്ട്സ് നല്ല മനസ്ഥിതിയോടുകൂടി നടപ്പിലാക്കി കൊണ്ടുവരിക എന്നുള്ളതാണ്. അതിന് സസ്റ്റൈനബിലിറ്റി ഒബ്ജക്റ്റീവ്സ് നമ്മളുടെ മനസ്സിൽ ഉണ്ടാവണം. രണ്ടാമത്തെ ചോദ്യം ഹ്യൂമൻ ആൻഡ് വൈൽഡ് ലൈഫ് കോൺഫ്ലിക്റ്റ് ആണ്. അത് വലിയ ബുദ്ധിമുട്ടുള്ള കാര്യമൊന്നുമല്ല. ആകെയുള്ള വനത്തിന്റെ വിസ്തൃതി എടുക്കുക, അതിന്റെ ക്യാരിയിങ് കപ്പാസിറ്റി എടുക്കുക, ആ ക്യാരിയിങ് കപ്പാസിറ്റിക്ക് ഉൾക്കൊള്ളാൻ സാധിക്കുന്ന അത്രയും വന്യമൃഗങ്ങളാണോ കാട്ടിലുള്ളത് എന്ന് കണക്കെടുക്കുക. അങ്ങനെ കണക്കെടുത്തിട്ട് അത് മിച്ചമുണ്ടെങ്കിൽ, ഇതൊക്കെ വെസ്റ്റേൺ കൺട്രീസിൽ നടക്കുന്നതാണ്. നമുക്കിവിടെ ഇത് ഇംപ്ലിമെന്റ് ചെയ്യാത്തതിന്റെ പ്രധാനപ്പെട്ട കാരണം പല ലോബീസ് വർക്ക് ചെയ്യുന്നുണ്ട്, അതുകൊണ്ടാണ്. അപ്പൊ അങ്ങനെ അവയുടെ മിച്ചം വരുന്ന മൃഗങ്ങളുടെ ഒക്കെ കണക്കെടുത്തിട്ട് ഒന്നെങ്കിൽ അവരെ റീപ്ലേസ് ചെയ്യുക മറ്റൊരു സ്ഥാനത്തേക്ക്. ഇനി അതിന് സാധ്യമല്ലെങ്കിൽ അവയെ കൊല്ലാനുള്ള അനുമതി കൊടുക്കുക, അത്രേ ഉള്ളൂ. അതേപോലെ തന്നെ ബാക്കി കൃഷിഭൂമിയുടെ വിസ്തൃതി എടുക്കുക, അതിൽ കൊള്ളാവുന്ന അത്രയും ആൾക്കാരാണോ, ക്യാരിയിങ് കപ്പാസിറ്റിക്ക് അനുസൃതമായിട്ടാണോ ആൾക്കാരുടെ എണ്ണം എന്ന് നോക്കുക. ആൾക്കാരുടെ എണ്ണം കൂടുതലാണെങ്കിൽ അവരെ റീഹാബിലിറ്റേറ്റ് ചെയ്യുക. അപ്പോൾ ഇറ്റ്സ് എ ക്വസ്റ്റ്യൻ ഓഫ് ഓൺലി അസസിങ് the carrying capacity of both the forests as well as the agricultural land in and around the forest lands. അങ്ങനെ എടുത്തു കഴിഞ്ഞാൽ ഇതൊക്കെ നിയമത്തില് പോളിസികളിലൊക്കെ വ്യക്തമായിട്ട് പറയുന്നതാണ്. എന്താ കുഴപ്പമെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചാൽ ഇത് നടപ്പിലാക്കേണ്ട രാഷ്ട്രീയ നേതൃത്വവും ഉദ്യോഗസ്ഥ വൃന്ദവും ബിസിനസ് ക്ലാസും തമ്മിലൊരു അവിഹിതമായിട്ടുള്ള കൂട്ടുകെട്ടുണ്ട്. ഇത് മൂന്നും കൂടെ കൂടുമ്പോൾ ഇത് മുഴുവൻ പൊള്യൂട്ടഡ് ആക്കുന്നു, മലിനമാക്കുന്നു. അതാണ് ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞത്, മനസ്ഥിതിയുടെ മാലിന്യമാണ്. മലിനമാക്കപ്പെട്ട മനസ്ഥിതിയോടുകൂടി ഈ പ്രശ്നങ്ങളെ സമീപിച്ചാൽ വീണ്ടും മിച്ചം വരുന്നത് മാലിന്യങ്ങൾ മാത്രമായിരിക്കും. ഇതൊരിക്കലും ശുദ്ധീകരിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കില്ല. പ്രശ്നങ്ങൾ പ്രതിസന്ധികളായി വഷളായിക്കൊണ്ടിരിക്കും. ഇതാണ് സംഭവിച്ചുകൊണ്ടിരിക്കുന്നത്. ഓക്കെ,
താങ്ക് യു സർ.
Thank you, Linz Miss, for your valuable question and observation. And a special thanks to sir for responding with the question such a depth and clarity. I think there are no further more questions. We can,
Okay.
Shall we go forward to conclude this section?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, it is time to wrap up the session gracefully. As we conclude, let me once again express our heartfelt gratitude to Dr. T.V. Murali Vallabhan for his insightful and scholarly session. His talk reminds us that sustainability is not just an environmental goal, but a comprehensive vision that includes social, cultural, and ethical dimension. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our distinguished speaker, participants, and everyone who contributed to make this session a success. Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, thank you so much, sir.
See you.
Thank you, Dr. T.V. Murali Vallabhan, for your enlightening talk on sustainability in the 21st century, the holistic vision and multidisciplinary mission. Your insights into harmonizing knowledge, values, and action were truly inspiring. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed chair, Dr. Pooja A, for presiding over the session with such grace and providing us with valuable guidance. Thank you.
Thank you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to close the inaugural session of this internationally conference, it is my privilege to invite Ms. Sneha KP, Assistant Professor, Department of Chemistry, to deliver the vote of thanks. She has played a key role in organizing this event and ensuring its successful conduct. Let us extend a warm welcome to Ms. Sneha KP to share the vote of thanks.
A very good morning to one and all. It is my proud privilege to deliver the vote of thanks for this insightful session conducted as part of our e-conference organized by St. Mary's College, Puttanangadi in collaboration with the Catholic University, Our Lady of Good Counsel, Albania. First and foremost, on behalf of the organizing committee and all participants, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speaker, Dr. T.V. Murali Vallavan, Director, Mariam Institute of Management, Kuttikaram, for his insightful and inspiring presentation. Your thought-provoking ideas and deep understanding of the subject have truly enlightened us. We are deeply thankful for the time and effort you had taken to share your expertise with us. Our sincere thanks also goes to Dr. Pooja A, Assistant Professor, St. Mary's College Puthanangadi, who graciously chaired this session. Your valuable remarks and excellent coordination have added great value to the discussion. And I would like to thank our principal, faculty members, organizing committee, and technical support team, and all the participants. Once again, heartfelt thanks to everyone. Thank you all. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Ms. Sneha. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to conclude the session. We will now move on to the next session of the conference, which is the paper presentation session. We request all participants to kindly proceed to the virtual room for the presentations. We will begin the session shortly. Dear presenters, we are about to begin our session. Before that, I would like to read out some rules and regulations for the presentation. The time limit of each presentation is 5 minutes. This will be followed by a short discussion for 2 to 3 minutes. You can expect questions from the judging panel and from the audience. Please take care not to exceed the time to keep our session on schedule. The moderator will coordinate the session and will act as a vigilant timekeeper. The participants are requested to present their paper in PPT format and please take care to join in the name format prescribed. In case of any technical issues or glitches or delay from the participant during the presentation, for the time being, we will move on to the next participant. But don't get panicked. You will be given another chance for the presentation and the time will be informed personally. We have a panel of eminent judges here and their judgment will be final. Now, the information for the audience. You are allowed to ask questions during this discussion after each presentation and please put your questions to the chat box. Ensure that the questions are respectful. We will not advocate disrespectful questioning. For the audience to get a participation certificate, you are requested to fill the feedback form, which will be provided towards the end of the session. Dear participants, please pay attention. The time scheduled for our presentation is from 10:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. All are requested to kindly limit their presentation time to 5 minutes and move on to the findings in no time. This is to ensure timely completion of the session. I hope you understood. It is now a privilege to invite Ms. Sridevi V, Head of the Department of Economics at St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi, to chair this paper presentation session. Ms. Sridevi, who is now pursuing her PhD in Calicut University, has an academic background in economics and sociology that brings with her over 24 years of dedicated experience in teaching and academic administration. We are honored to have her guidance and expertise for the session, and now we request Ms. Sridevi V to kindly take the chair. Ma'am, over to you. Sridevi ma'am, over to you.
Respected dignitaries, faculty members, participants, a very good morning to one and all. It's my pleasure and privilege to be here in the two-day international conference on innovations for a sustainable future, bridging science, society, and policy. In the 21st century, humanity faces complex and interlinked challenges such as climate change, resource depletion, environmental degradation, and growing social inequalities. Addressing these issues requires innovative approaches that bridge the gap between science, society, and policy. Scientific and technological innovations have immense potential to drive sustainable development, but their impact depends on how effectively they are integrated into societal needs and policy frameworks. A sustainable future can only be realized when scientific research informs inclusive policies and when communities actively participate in shaping the directions of innovation. The concept of innovations for a sustainable future emphasizes collaboration among researchers, policymakers, industries, and citizens to create systems that balance economic growth, social well-being, and environmental stewardship. Policies grounded in scientific evidence and guided by ethical and social considerations ensure that innovations contribute not only to efficiency and productivity, but also to equity and resilience. Bridging science, society, and policy thus represents a holistic approach, transforming knowledge into action for the collective good and ensuring that progress today does not compromise the needs of future generations. Today, St. Mary's College is organizing the two-day international conference, and this is the second day. And we have so many participants who are eager to present their views on the topic. So, the moderators are already presented their views and concerns about the time limit. And I am going directly to the presentation. I invite Linz Joss for the presentation. And her topic is the MGNREGA, the largest public program which provide the sustainable development and ensures the sustainability of the nation. Madam Linz Joss, please start your presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and fellow researchers. Today, I will be presenting on the topic MGNRGA as a tool for environmental governance, a case study of Kamakshi Panchayat Idukki and Pallikara Panchayat Kasaragod. As we all know, MGNRGA was introduced in 2005 with the primary aim of providing guaranteed wage employment to rural households, ensuring livelihood security for the poor. However, beyond its economic objective, the program has evolved into one of the largest environment-oriented public works initiatives in the world. So, when we are talking about MGNRGA, first we will introduce the term environmental governance. So, what we mean by environmental governance? So, it refers to all the process of decision making involved in the control and management of environment and natural resources by three important stakeholders, which are state, market, and civil society. So, whatever the policies and programs taken for the conservation of environment can be considered as environmental governance. Then another important term is MGNRGA. So MGNRGA means Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. So it was introduced in 2005 with the vision of providing at least 100 days of guaranteed wage employment in a financial year to every rural household whose adult members volunteer to do unskilled manual work. So another objective of this MGNRGA is it is not only prioritizing this giving guaranteed wage labor, but one of the most important goal of MGNRGA is sustainable development and environmental stewardship. So it is striving to create a greener, more sustainable future for generations to come by prioritizing works that contribute to ecological conservation and rural infrastructure development. So 60% works of MGNRGA budget is created direct and it is directed towards natural resource management. So these are the literature which I have reviewed for the study, and it's a working paper. And the objectives, the first objective of this study is to analyze the role of MGNRGA in promoting environmental governance. Then second one is to assess the environmental impact of MGNRGA projects in Kamakshi Panchayat of Idukki district and Pallikara Panchayat of Kasaragod district. Third objective is to compare the effectiveness of MGNRGA's environmental interventions in two different ecological contexts and to evaluate community participation and its impact on the success of environmental projects under MGNRGA. Last one is to provide policy recommendations for enhancing the environmental governance component of MGNRGA. So the methodology used for this study is I conducted interview with administrative bureaucratic officials, MGNRGA volunteers, and local people engaging in MGNRGA in both Pallikara and Kamakshi Panchayat. Semi-structured questionnaires were used. 10 samples were taken from both Panchayat, and I also gathered secondary data from government websites and official documents. So the study area is restricted to Pallikara Panchayat in Kasargod and Kamakshi Panchayat in Idukki district respectively. So when we are looking into the categories of work under MGNRGA, which is related to environment, these are the following, which includes plantation, micro irrigation works, drought proofing, fisheries, flood control and protection, land development, renovation of traditional water bodies, rural drinking water, water conservation and water harvesting. So why I choose Pallikara Grama Panchayat? So, Pallikara Grama Panchayat in Kasargod, it's a coastal area of Arabian Sea. So it consists of Chitari River, Bekal River, and consisting of little hilly areas. So, the main cultivation is paddy, arecanut, and coconut. So, the main environmental concerns in this region includes drinking water scarcity, quarries for redstones, then decreasing of paddy cultivation, usage of chemical fertilizers. So, when we are taking when we are looking into the category of works done from 2020 to 2025, so in MGNRGA project, there are 4 categories. So first category describing about natural resource management. Second one is in individual assets for vulnerable section. Third category is common infrastructure, and fourth one is rural infrastructure. So when we are analyzing this table, it is evident that from 2020 to 2025, there is an increase of works or done for natural resource management. So in 2022, it is 17.39% in Pallikara Grama Panchayat, but in 2025, it is increased to 54.30%. So it is evident that there is an increase of work under category A, which is natural resource management from the year 2020 to 2025. So, in Pallikara Grama Panchayat, what are the projects they are focused? So, it includes water conservation through check dams, dazzling ponds, and rainwater harvesting. Another one is afforestation with native trees along roads and degraded lands, then land leveling and terracing for improved agriculture productivity. So, these are the programs they are already done. So, what are the observations or suggestions or improvements needed in this particular panchayat, which includes they need to focus more on environmental conservation. Then there should be more emphasis given to paddy cultivation and provide facilities for the same, because in the earlier slide it is shown that there is a concern for decrease in paddy cultivation field. Then they should more focus on water conservation efforts, including rejuvenation of ponds, rivers, wells, and all. Then there should be a promotion of biofertilizers and organic farming through MGNRGA, because they are facing the problem of chemical fertilizers. Then another important factor is creation of awareness and promote community participation. Last one is participation of MGNRGA workers in waste management. So these are the suggestions and these are the areas they need improvement. Then another one is Kamakshi Panchayat in Idukki district. So when we are talking about Kamakshi Panchayat, it is a hilly region and there is a high chance of having sustainable tourism because of its beautiful landscape. And it is a part of catchment area of Idukki Dam, and this land is given by tribal head to the local people. So the main cultivation includes cardamom, black pepper, cocoa, rubber in some areas. So the main environmental concern in Kamakshi Panchayat includes wild animal conflict, waste management, then tourism is not that much well established, then land management issues and water scarcity. So when we are analyzing the works which is done from 2020 to 2025, so in category A, in 2022, only 20% of the work done for natural resource management. But in 2025, it is increased to 77.18%. So there is a high increase of categories of work which is done for environmental conservation in Kamakshi Panchayat. So these are the projects which is addressed in Kamakshi Panchayat, which includes soil erosion, water scarcity, and deforestation through. So they are solving these issues by constructing check dams, ponds, and water harvesting structures. Then afforestation drives were also added, like for improved green cover and biodiversity. These people are doing so many planting trees and all in the roadsides and all. Then they're also, in order to face this human animal conflict, they are making contour trenches and bunding, then level bench terrace to prevent soil erosion also. Still, there are some improvements and recommendations are needed in this area. So more than 60% work done in the area for natural resource management. Then also they should focus more on agriculture and related issues like solution for wildlife conflicts. Then introduce measures like social forestry, cultivating crops suitable according to the climate and soil. Then there should be more focus on tourism development and waste management through MGNRGA volunteers. So, in conclusion, these are the results on environment and social aspect because of MGNRGA project. So, it increased water availability, reduced soil erosion, enhanced biodiversity, then improved agricultural productivity, livelihood enhancement for rural households, then community empowerment through participation in both Kamakshi and Pallikara Grama Panchayat. So, these are the recommendations which is needed. Training, there should be proper training for MGNRGA workers and officials on sustainable practices that should be conducted in both panchayat, not only in both panchayat, but in all panchayat which is taking MGNRGA project. Then there should be an increased need for community participation in project planning and execution. So when the interviews are conducted, it is evident that people are more focusing on environmental conservation and preservation. But when it comes to this planning and when it comes to the policy making and all, people are not aware about this system and they are not participating effectively on this planning and execution. So there should be an increased awareness of the local people about the policies taken by the Grama Panchayat and about the policies taken by the state or center regarding environmental conservation. So their participation should also be added and included in this state level. Then there should be collaboration with other environmental government schemes for better resource use. Then there should be projects that should be designed for climate resilience. Then there should be focus on micro conservation programs and micro level observation and micro level implication should be done. And there should be more focus on community participation and awareness creation. And we all know that Pallikara Grama Panchayat have more coastal area and Kamachi Grama Panchayat have more hilly areas. So each area have its own specialities and challenges. So there should be more focus on micro level and implement works according to the necessity, because in MGNRGA itself there should be provisions that would focus on how this landscape and their problems are addressed through this MGNRGA project. So these are the reference which I have done. So this is my conclusion and thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay ma'am. Your presentation on role of MGNREG in environmental governance was really fantastic. Your efforts are great. And this is the time for the participants to ask any questions to Lindsay ma'am about the topic. I think there is no questions. Lindsay ma'am, please clarify the problems related with the MGNREGA programs, and the workers have some problems with the delayed wage payments. Your study is able to focus on that problem.
Yes, ma'am. When we are talking about this MGNRGA program, there is a news report recently which is describing about the problem of wage. actually those people who are in the mastering role, they will get the payment correctly, because my mother is also a part of this MGNRG project. So there is a delay just because of this people, they are not able to use it effectively, and there is a problem that there is a lack of funding from the central government related to their wage. So I think this is the first program in the worldwide which is giving guaranteed wage to the laborers, and India is such a democratic country, and it is giving this wage, and this project is such a mesmerizing project. But there should be proper planning, and there should be proper mechanisms to give wage in time from both from the central government and by the state government. So there is a problem which is seen recently, but I think now the problem is almost solved, and every people, they got the wage correctly.
Thank you. And do you have any information about political bureaucratic interference on the smooth functioning of MGNREGA?
When we are talking about this MGNRG project, political interference are there, but when I visited this field, it is evident that every people are participating it in more effectively, especially in rural areas. So my study area is Kamakshi Panchayat in Idukki district and Pallikara Panchayat in Kasaragod district. These both areas are rural areas, and every people, especially the participation of women, is very high in MGNRG project. Those women who don't have any other income, they are focusing more on this MGNRG and depending more on this MGNRGA. And irrespective of this political interference, everyone is actively participating in the program, and it also increases the people's participation in the entire government mechanisms, because it is compulsory that these people who are part of this MGNRGA work, they should participate in Gram Sabha and all. So every people are increasing, and the people's participation is in government mechanism is increasing only because of this MGNRGA project.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for your great presentation. Thank you. The next participant is Dr. Bhavana Mol. The topic is disability inclusion in disaster risk reduction, a review. Bhavana Mol, please.
Okay, ma'am. I hope my PPT is visible.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So, good morning, everyone. It's a great honor for me to present my paper on disability inclusion in disaster risk reduction, a review at this international conference on innovations for a sustainable future. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing team for giving me this opportunity. So, to introduce, disability affect everyone, but not equally. Persons with disabilities or PWD are often among the most vulnerable in times of crisis. They face barriers such as inaccessible infrastructure, limited communication access, and exclusion from decision-making process. The idea of disability inclusion in disaster risk reduction is about ensuring that persons with disabilities are not merely seen as victims, but as active participants and leaders in building resilience. The approach aligns with major global frameworks, particularly Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030 and United Nations Convention on Rights of Persons with Disability 2006. Both of these global frameworks emphasize or stress inclusivity and equal participation in disaster governance. Moving on to the statement of the problem. Despite these global commitments or global framework, the ground reality tells a different story. Persons with disabilities continue to be marginalized in disaster preparedness, response, and recovery phases. The main challenges include lack of data disaggregation, which makes persons with disabilities invisible in policy planning, inaccessible infrastructure and communication systems, and weak or inconsistent policy implementation. In many cases, Disability inclusion is treated as an add-on component rather than being integrated into mainstream disaster risk reduction strategies. This creates a clear gap between policy intent and local level execution, a gap that this study seeks to address through a comprehensive review. Moving on to the objectives of the study was guided by 4 objectives, and they are to review global and national frameworks related to disability inclusive disaster risk reduction, to identify the barriers and best practices in implementing disability inclusive disaster risk reduction, to analyze India's policy and legal landscape with special focus on Kerala's disability inclusive disaster risk reduction model, to recommend strategies that promote inclusive and participatory disaster governance. These objectives helps to bridge the disconnect between theoretical commitments and practical outcomes. Moving on to the research methodology, the study followed an integrative review design, which combines findings from multiple sources to develop a comprehensive understanding of the topic. Data was drawn from scholarly articles, policy documents, and national guidelines published between 2015 and 2025. The key terms guiding the review were disability inclusion, disaster risk reduction, Kerala Disability Inclusive Disaster Risk Reduction Model, Sendai Framework, and Inclusive Emergency Response. The analysis followed a thematic approach, which identifies recurring patterns, gaps, and best practices in disability inclusive disaster risk reduction, both globally and within India. Moving on the scope of the study, in terms of scope, it offers a global and national view of efforts in disability inclusive disaster risk reduction. It focuses on policy frameworks, implementation models, and best practices, especially in India and Kerala. It highlights the active role of persons with disabilities as leaders in disaster governance. However, there are certain limitations. The study relies entirely on secondary data. Regional implementation data is often inconsistent. Some recent local experiences may not yet be documented. Finally, the findings are limited to the 2015-25 period. So continuous updates are essential as the policies evolve. Moving on to the findings. The review produced some clear and consistent findings. First, persistent barriers continue to restrict full inclusion, including inaccessible infrastructure, communication gaps, and social exclusion. Second, inclusion works. That means when persons with disabilities are part of disaster planning, overall community resilience improves significantly. And third, Kerala's disability inclusive disaster risk reduction model that stands out as a strong example of good practice. The state has made meaningful progress through inclusive training programs, accessible communication materials, and promoting the leadership of persons with disabilities in disaster response. These are the national frameworks for disability inclusive disaster risk reduction in India, which include National Disaster Management Guidelines, India's Disaster Management Act, and National Disaster Management Plan, which was revised in 2019. Then Kerala's model, that is particularly inspiring. In 2016, Kerala State Disaster Management Authority, that is KSDMA, partnered with the Institute for Communicative and Cognitive Disabilities, IUCDS, to create an inclusive disaster preparedness model. Some key initiatives include training over 2,600 persons with disabilities and caregivers using Braille, audio, and sign language, and developing accessible manuals in DAISY format, Braille, and video. And most remarkably, persons with disabilities acted as first respondents during the 2018 Kerala floods that demonstrates leadership and empowerment in real time. Moreover, this particular model proves that disability inclusion is not at all a charity. It is empowerment, resilience, and effective disaster governance. So, to conclude, disability inclusion in disaster risk reduction is not just a social responsibility, but it's a moral and moral, legal, and developmental necessity. So, with this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you all for your kind attention and for patiently listening me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bhavana. This is a time for the participants to clear their doubts and ask questions. Okay. Dr. Bhavana Amar, how aware and prepared are persons with disabilities themselves? In your study, can you tell me the awareness and preparedness of a disability persons in case of a disaster?
Ma'am, I didn't get your question, ma'am. Could you
How-
ask again?
I am repeating the question. Can
Okay,
I repeat the question?
okay, ma'am.
How aware and prepared are persons with disabilities themselves in Kerala about disaster risks, evacuation, what to do in emergencies?
Okay, ma'am. As I mentioned in my presentation, there are different disability categories, and each person with a different disability category should be addressed in different ways. For example, a person with visual impairment, he should get the information regarding a disability, not risk, means a disaster, through this what video or through bail or audio format. For a person who have for a person who has this deafness, that means that person is a deaf. That person should receive information in the form of this sign language. So each person should receive information concerning this disaster in different ways. That should be in line with the disability criteria that particular person belongs to.
Okay. Now, how do shelters accommodate the specific needs of differently able persons or different disability types?
Shelters means those shelters, which
Temporary,
are okay.
temporary shelters.
Okay, that shelters should be accessible. That means this inaccessible infrastructure is one of the important limitations that this particular community faces, especially during the time of disaster. So, whatever the type of whether it is temporary, those shelters should be accessible for this community.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Bhavnama, for the
Thank you, ma'am.
participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Vishnu Narayanan MK. He is a second semester PG student. Sorry, third semester PG student. And his topic is Global Pathways to Green Finance, Economic Insights from India, Developed and Developing Contexts. Vishnu Narayanan, you can start now. Narayanan, your presentation is visible here. You can start now.
Your audio is not audible. No, you are not audible.
Vishnu Narayan, you are not audible.
Hello.
Okay, you are audible
Hello.
now. You are audible now. You can start.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. You
Okay,
can start
thank you,
now.
Thank you. Okay, just a second. So, respected chair, distinguished dignitaries, faculty members, and my participants, a very good morning to all. I am delighted to join you all in this e-conference and present my paper on topic which is becoming increasingly critical in this era. Which is my topic is entitled as Global Pathways to Green Finance, Economic Insights from India, Developed and Developing Contexts. So this study look at how countries across the world are using finance to support sustainability and low carbon growth. So it compares the model followed in developed economies like European Union and the United States with India's evolving approach to green finance. Together, these comparisons help us understand how financial systems can shape a greener and more resilient global economy. So as an introduction, sustainable development has become one of the biggest challenges in the world today. Green finance play a key role because it connects financial growth with environmental protection. It helps fund projects that use renewable energy and reduce pollution. So in developed countries, private capital drives this process. But when it comes to developing
I would like to
countries
remind
like
you, Vishnu Narayan, your slide is not moving.
Oh, my slide is not moving. What about now?
We kindly request you to avoid full screen presentation.
Oh, okay. Now it's visible, right? Hello.
Yeah, now it's fine. You may proceed.
Yes. So, green finance and environmental protection by funding low carbon, renewable, and climate resilient projects. So, the famous 2015 Paris Agreement and UN COP emphasizes that green finance as a key to achieving global net zero goals. When it comes to IMF, underscores that transition to green economy requires aligning trillion in global capital towards sustainable growth. So these are my review of literature, such as Early Scholarship of SATS 2015 and 2016. And there are some RBI, Niti Aayog, those kind of documents also I reviewed for this paper presentation. And my methodology, all the data are collected from secondary sources, articles, papers, journals, and internet. And those are from trusted sites like World Bank of 2023, IMF 2023, OECD 2020, RBI 2020, and SEBI 2022, and also the Climate Bond Initiative of 2024. And I have some tools for analyzing the trends and comparisons. Basically, those are charts and tables. So when we moving on to the major part, our global comparison analysis, first developed economy, that is European Union. They follow a regulation-based model. It is Green Deal aims to make European climate neutral by 2050. So they spend over 1 trillion euros for sustainable investment. a key part of this European Union's taxonomy is there. They define and classify sustainable activities, ensuring transparency and preventing greenwashing. So the major impact of this is 90% of the European Union's green bonds reference in the taxonomy, which is grew up from 191 billion euros in 2023 to 249 billion euros in 2024. So a total of 450 billion euros. So the framework promote investor trust, market efficiency, and set a global benchmark for credible green finance. So in short, Europe's example shows a clear rule of transparency can build investors' confidence and create a strong green market. So when we're moving on to the next slide, it is the US incentive base. It is quite different from the European Union. They focus on the incentives rather than the regulations. The Inflation Reduction Act, which is the IRA 2022, landmarks US climate legislation promoting clean energy, investment through funding and tax incentives. There are majorly three key provisions for US. The investment tax credit 30% and the production tax credit is $0.027 per kilowatt per hour. This is the transitioning to clean electricity tax credits. And also, the tax reduced the cost of renewable energy. The non-profitable organization, those kind of organizations can now use or sell these energy resources and these credits. So more people can take a part in this. Okay, so this approach also shows that even without strict rules like European Union, financial initiatives can effectively drive green investment. So when we move on to the emerging and developing economies, China is one among that. China has built world's largest domestic green bond market, supported by its central bank policies. Central Bank is People's Bank of China. They introduced a green finance evolution system to reward banks lending for renewable and pollution control. And there are also other developing countries like Brazil, Indonesia, South Africa, Kenya. They use a hybrid model combining development and banking global partnership. Those developing countries face common problems such as low domestic living, currency risk, and lack of monitoring systems. So the main thing in my paper presentation is this analysis, this part, the global comparative analysis of India. So India building a regulatory-led green finance framework. So building on India's growing market, the next key aspect is, of course, the heading, the regulatory-led approach. So here, public institution guides the transition toward sustainable future. The Reserve Bank, RBI, has encouraged banks to include environmental factors in lending risk assessment. Also, SEBI, the Security Exchange Board of India, has introduced rules for green debt and made third-party verification mandatory to ensure credibility. So when you look up on the overview of 2024, value at US dollar 567.5 million, projected to reach US dollar to 2,336.3 million by 2023. We can have a tabular representation of this. That moving forward with a structured framework for green finance. In 2024, when you look up on the table, market size in 2024 was just 467 million US dollars. So we are expect to grow 4 times double into 2033, which is approximately 2,336.30 million US dollar, which is almost a 15.20% market growth rate. So These growth comes from infrastructure projects, green bonds, and a strong demand for investors, both local and international investors. Okay, so now moving into next slide, there is a regulatory ecosystem in India. The RBI reports towards a greener, cleaner India report offer a roadmap for banks to adopt ESG, which is the environmental, social, and governance criteria standards. RBI and SEBI together create a top-down framework linking policy and finance. So the sovereign green bond framework follows international principle ensuring transparency and investors' trust. India's coordinated approach reduces uncertainty and builds a credible and green finance market. Okay, so now we are moving on to green bond issuance figure. So this graphical representation, the green line indicates India, red line indicates China, and green indicates the European Union, and violet indicates US. So the limitation, there is a limitation for this data because you can see a dip in 2024 because this data of Climate Bonds Initiative and World Bank collaboration, the 2024 data is unavailable. That's why this data shows a dip.
Mr.
So we
Vishnu
can take
Narayan,
2050.
my apologies
Okay.
for interrupting you. We would like to request you to limit your presentation and to move on to the findings as we are moving out of time.
Okay, fine. There are 2 more slides. I can make it fast. Okay. So when it comes to, we are mainly focusing on India. So India's number are smaller. But steady increase shows that it is becoming an active player in the global financial market. So these are the graphical representation. So I'm moving on to the recommendation. To strengthen green finance, India can take 5 steps. First, develop the science-based green taxonomy for clear standards. Second, include climate risk in RBI and SEBI regulation. Third, expand the public and private partnership to de-risk large projects. Fourth, use digital tools for monitoring and promote green finance in rural areas. And finally, share India's best practice with other developing countries through South and South cooperation. So these are my recommendation. So as my conclusion, green finance is now central to global economic policy. The US leads through regulation and transparency in US, through markets incentives, and India by becoming both. India's rapid growth and strong institution make it a credible leader in sustainable finance among developing nations. So as my conclusion, with deep sense of gratitude, I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks to everyone who made this presentation possible, especially the respected Devi ma'am for providing me this platform to share my insight. A special thanks to eConference team, whose seamless organization and dedication have made this international event. And finally, my deepest gratitude to St. Mary's College, Puttanangadi for fostering an environment that encourages research, learning, and intellectual discourse. Your commitment to academic excellence and innovation continue to inspire students like me. So thank you to this session. Hello.
Thank you, Vishnu. It was a really good presentation. It shows your hardworking and efficient arrangement of the facts. And it's time to ask questions to the participants. The participants are welcome to ask questions if you have any queries. Okay, Vishnu. I have some questions. First of all, how effectively is India leveraging global instruments to mobilize capital to domestic green projects. What is your findings in your study?
Okay. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, just a second. I can my yeah. Okay, I'm visible. Hello.
You are audible, Vishnu. You can say not visible. Yes, yes.
So
You are visible.
okay. So especially India is a developing economy. So when it comes to funding, funding that shows like a gradual growth of funding when it comes to the 2015 period to right now. When I presented a graph that shows a stable line of funding of India. So what I'm coming to say that India, which is unofficially one of the most populated country and the fourth largest economy, they are trying to be better in green finance area, but there are limitations for India in the funding issues. The remaining large global climatic finance gap is there, which can be bridged through stronger domestic financial system. And also, when it comes to the European Union and US, the major funding is done by the private peoples. But when it comes to India, the democratic country, the government is funding, not majority, the entire funding is done by the country itself, the government itself. So the government have to divide all their budget into various aspects of country's economic growth. So only government funding is happening in India. So that is the biggest problem. The private funding, if possible to come in India, so there will be a rapid growth will be happen to Indian green finance. That's my answer.
Okay, Vishnu, it was really nice presentation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Now the next participant is Jasira Farhat and Asna TA. The topic is green finance and investment pathways to sustainable and inclusive economic growth. Jasira, you can start your presentation now. Jasira Farhat and Asna is not reporting.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Asna, MA Economics and MA Economics student at St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. I'm audible to present our paper on green finance and investment pathway to sustainable and inclusive economic growth. Next slide. Green finance
You can proceed.
Ma'am?
Yes, you can proceed.
Green finance has also become an essential tool for sustainable and inclusive growth in India, directing the flow of finance to clean energy, climate resilience, and environmentally friendly development. Backed by multiple instruments, including green bonds, ESG investments, and climate funds, the green finance market of India has seen fantastic growth led by public sector leadership, change in the policies, and greater investor consciousness. In India, the green finance and has become essential tool for sustainable and inclusive growth. Green finance drives low carbon transactions and inclusive long-term economic growth. Next. Objectives. Next one, objectives. Delve into leading green financial instruments. They are green bonds, climate funds, ESG investments, and blended investment finances. Consider government's role, international institutions, private investors' roles in mobilizing resources. Offer policy suggestions for inclusive, sustainable development. Next one, review of literature. Lee et al. 2021 examined the effect of climate fund of adaptations. Next, Smith 2022 centered on green bonds effectiveness across the world. Kumar and Singh 2023 researched ESG investment in India. Methodology. The source of data are based on second-hand information collected from official government reports booked by financial institutions and market data platform. Next one, the main green finance instruments are green bonds, climate funds, ESG investment, blended finance. The first green bonds, their role, mobilization, large-scale capital, clean energy. Second one, climate funds, support community resilience and climate adaptation. Third one, ESG investment, drive corporate responsibility and sustainable business practices. Last one, blended finance, re-risk, de-risk investment and encourage private funding. Next is this data and graph shows increasing trend of green financing flow of the 2019 to 2024. The stakeholders means people and a group who are involved or in affecting the project decisions and activities. The stakeholders are international financial institutions. Their role, provide funds, technical assistance. National governments enact regulation, provide incentives. Last one, private investment, capital provisions and innovative drivers. The public sector 56%, private domestic 27%, international public 12%, international private 6%. Comparative global practices versus India. Green bond framework established standard higher market liquidity. Emerging standard growing markets, lesson of India, strengthen the regulation and certification. ESG investment growth, mature market activity engagement. Next, market gradually growing, broaden adoption and increase awareness. Institutional investment, strong public-private partnership, increasing institutional funding. Next, enhance collaboration. Next slide. Opportunity in green financing. Increased domestic and foreign investor demand. Policy instruments favoring green bonds, tax benefits and subsidies. Potential for increased job and social inclusion through sustainable project. Financial product innovation to reach small investors and marginalized groups. The challenges in scaling up green investment, regulatory uncertainty and absence of standard definitions, limited market liquidity and awareness of green instruments, high risk prescriptions in green protection project by investors, equitable distribution of benefit to poor communities still poses a challenges. Funding and suggestions. First one, green finance is vital to speeding up India's inclusive and sustainable economic growth. Strong regulatory environments and financial innovation have the potential to free more investment. Inclusive policies are vital to provide benefit to marginalized communities. Last one, governmental, private, and international cooperation will boost resources mobilization and effectiveness. The conclusion, green finance and investment are powerful tools for building a sustainable and inclusive future. By supporting projects that that environment and promote clean growth, we can create more jobs, reduce pollution, and ensure the economic progress benefit everyone. Next. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, no, it was a good presentation. Thank you. Now it's time to the ask questions. Participants, please ask some questions about the topic. It's your time. Okay, Asna, you look so confident and your presentation was really fantastic. And let me know something about the topic. What motivates investors to choose green investment? What is the motivation of investors to choose green investment? Profit or environmental?
The research is significant because it teaches us how money and investment can be employed to save the environment while fostering economic development as well. Green finance promotes the financing to clean energy, green agriculture, and environmentally friendly industries.
Okay. The government interference, how much important in case of the green finance? Or how important are government interference in this green finance? Public sector is also making investment.
Public sector, private, domestic, international, public, international, private.
Public sector aims at welfare maximization, welfare motive. So it is good when government is interfering or the government is giving incentives to the investment, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, Asna. Okay, thank you. Next participant is Jilna James and Majida Farsana Pesi. And their topic is the role of green and inclusive growth in achieving sustainable development goals. Jilna and Majida, you can start now.
I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Good afternoon, respected chair and dignitaries. I am honored presenting our paper, The Role of Green and Inclusive Growth in Achieving Sustainable Development Goals. The introduction, traditional growth model focused mainly GDP expansion have failed to consider environmental and social limitations. Such models often widen inequalities and accelerate environmental degradation, creating long-term barriers to sustainability. The green growth aims to decouple economic progress from environmental harm by encouraging clean energy, sustainable agriculture, and low carbon technologies. Inclusive growth complements this by ensuring equal access to opportunities and benefits across all segments of the population. Both the strategies align directly with the SDGs, especially those focusing on poverty reduction and clean energy and reduced inequalities. The literature review in green growth. Green growth has been recognized as a path of achieving economic development without over-exploiting natural resources. The World Bank 2012 and OECD 2011 emphasizes that adopting renewable energy and improving resource efficiency enhance productivity while preserving the ecosystem. The green policies promote innovations in clean technologies and sustainable transportation and waste reduction. This effort helps countries balance industrial growth with climate action and biodiversity conservation. Overall, green growth integrates environmental care into the core of economic decision making. The literature review inclusive growth. Inclusive growth ensures that development benefits are distributed equitably and that no group is left behind. It prioritizes education and healthcare and employment access for marginalized and vulnerable groups. Stiglitz and Fitoussi 2009 argue that economic growth becomes unstable when it excludes certain populations. The IMF 2021 highlights that inclusive policies improve human capital and foster long-term social stability. The literature review green and inclusive growth. Green and inclusive growth are interconnected dimensions of sustainable development. The integration of this approach ensures that environmental sustainability and social equity progress together. UNDP 2020 reports that countries using combined strategy achieve higher success in SDGs such as poverty reduction and gender equality and climate action. Theoretical framework. The theoretical foundation is built upon green growth theory, inclusive growth theory, and the SDG framework. Green growth theory emphasizes resource efficiency and eco-friendly innovation as means a stable economic progress. Inclusive growth theory focuses on fairness and participation and equal access to opportunities for all citizens. The conceptual model explains how green and inclusive policies interact to produce sustainable outcomes. Green policies include renewable energy adoption, pollution control, and efficient resource management. The inclusive policy cover social welfare and education and employment generating programs. A feedback loop exists. Inclusive measures encourage public involvement in environmental initiative while green growth ensures sustainable livelihood. The global comparison developed economies. Developed nations demonstrate strong integration of environmental and social policies. Germany implemented the Energy Wind program, which transitioned energy system toward renewable while generating green jobs. Sweden practices circular economy principle alongside universal healthcare and education, achieving high SDG performance. These examples show how financial strength, technology, and governance help achieve sustainable outcomes. Global comparison emerging economies. India's National Solar Mission and MGNRGA combine renewable energy expansion with rural employment creation. Brazil focuses on sustainable agricultural and social welfare programs like Bolsa Familia to promote inclusivity. Despite these efforts, both countries face challenges related to financing and governance and environmental degradation. The key insight, integrated approach produce better SDG outcomes than isolated policy actions. Developed countries progress faster due to advanced technology and a robust government system. Financial and institutional barriers continue to limit green transition in developing nations. Inclusive policy strengthens community engagement and ensure fair participation in sustainability efforts. The policy analysis. Effective green and inclusive policies promote renewable energy and sustainable agriculture and social welfare. Governments should encourage public-private partnership to boost eco-friendly innovation. Social programs like skill development and rural employment enhance equity and resilience. case study, the Germany transited to new renewable energy, reducing emission and creating green jobs. India, the solar initiatives and MCNRGA improved energy sustainability and rural livelihood. Brazil, the sustainable agriculture and welfare scheme reduced poverty but faced deforestation issue. Sweden circular economy model ensures equality and environmental stability. Discussion. The findings indicate that green and inclusive growth are mutually supportive and inseparable. Environmental sustainability is strengthened by social equity while inclusion ensures broad participation in green policies. Nations integrating both aspects achieving resilience, economic stability and better SDG performance. Challenges such as financial constraints and government's gaps must be addressed through capacity building. Findings. Green and inclusive growth together form the foundation for long-term sustainability. Integration improves environmental protection and reduces inequality simultaneously. Developed nations benefits from advanced resources and infrastructure, accelerating their success. Developing nations require strong governance and technology. The effective coordination between international and national actors enhance SDG achievements. The suggestion and policy recommendation: increase investment in renewable energy and clean technologies, encourage innovation through research and development in sustainable sectors, strengthen education and healthcare and employment programs for vulnerable communities, establish strong public-private partnership for inclusive sustainability projects. The conclusion: the sustainable development is attainable only when economic growth is environmentally sound and socially inclusive. Green growth safeguards the planet, while inclusive growth ensures equity and dignity for all. Combined approaches create resilient economies that prioritize people and nature equally. Global collaboration, responsible policies, and public awareness are crucial for success. A future built on green and inclusive growth ensure prosperity and justice and environmental balance for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Majida. Your presentation was really fantastic. And you presented the case studies also. It was really good. And now it's the time for question and answers. Participants, if you have any queries, please ask them. Okay, Majida, let me know what policy instruments support green and inclusive growth.
The MCNRGA improve the rural development and employment opportunities and skill development program. Rural development and green technologies awareness and National Solar Mission achieve 100 GW of solar capacity to 2022, promoting low carbon growth and job creation in solar industry.
Government can use some fiscal instruments for the to create a green environment and to support green investment. Okay, so your presentation was really good. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Now the next presentation, Krishnapriya KP and Aishwarya KD. Their topic is Equity in Mental Health Policy, a thematic review of interventions for marginalized populations in India.
Excuse me, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
There is a quick announcement.
Okay.
We will be continuing the session in a single stretch until all the scheduled presentations are completed. There will be no break in between, so kindly request all participants to stay connected. I repeat, the session will be running continuously without break until all presentations are completed. Ma'am, you may proceed.
Krishnapriya, KP, and Aishwarya, you can present now.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible and visible. You can proceed.
Screen is shared, right? Hello?
Yes, the screen is visible. You can present now.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone, respected chair and distinguished delegates. I am Aishwarya KD along with Krishnapriya KP. We are postgraduate students of MSc Clinical Psychology at St. Mary's College, Pudanangadi. We are really happy to share our presentation titled Equity in Mental Health Policy, a thematic review of intervention for marginalized population in India. In simple words, our study look at how mental health policies and community programs try to make mental health fair and accessible for everyone, especially for people who are marginalized like tribal groups, migrants, or from low income backgrounds. We reviewed various studies and models to understand what's working, what's missing, and how we can move towards true mental health equity in India. Let us begin by briefly understand the context of this study. What is mental health? Mental health is such an important part of all our well-being. As the World Health Organization says, there is no health without mental health. But in India, around 197 million people struggle with mental health issues, yet we still have a big gap in available care. Policies like the National Mental Health Program 1982, National Mental Health Policies 2014, and Mental Health Act 2017 have tried to improve accessibility and equity. The problem is that marginalized group, people in remote or tribal areas, or those who are socially disadvantaged still find it really hard to access proper care. So our main goal is to understand inclusive and community based approaches can make mental health care more equitable in India. Next, we go to theoretical perspective in equity and mental health. Study is based on few key theories that us understand equity matters in mental health. First, John Rawls' theory of social justice talks about um, first, John Rawls' theory of social justice talk about fairness, that resource should be distributed based on need, not equally but equitably. Second, the World WHO Health Equity model shows how social factors like income, gender, and geography affect access to care. Third, the community psychology perspective by Nelson and Krylewski highlights empowerment and community participation, meaning the people themselves should be involved in designing mental health programs. And finally, Ron Brunner's ecological system theory reminds us that an individual well-being is shaped by multiple systems like family, community, institution, and policies. This theory shows that mental health equity isn't just an individual issue, it's a social responsibility. Moving to the barriers to accessibility. Now, when we
When we look at the ground reality, India face huge shortage of mental health professionals. Not only about only about 0.3 psychiatrists per lakh people. In many rural and tribal areas, there often no access to nearby facilities or even transport. So people usually depend on faith healers or traditional method instead of professional helps. So these barriers, whether they are geographic, financial, or social, keep marginalized groups away from proper mental health care. Next, stigma and cultural beliefs. Another big cultural uh, belief is a stigma. We all around by stigma. In many part of India, mental illness is still seen as curse or punishment. So these people ashamed or afraid to ask for help. This stigma not only delays the treatments but also isolate people emotionally. So we really need more community education and culturally grounded awareness programs that help people understand that mental illness is nothing to be ashamed of. It's just like any other health conditions. Next, take, while taking policy practice gap now, even though India has good mental health policies, the real issue is implementation. The district mental health program, for example, often struggle due to limited funding and lack of trained professionals. These, these there are poor coordination between departments, health, education, and social welfare don't always work together effectively. So, to bridge this policy practice gap, we need better funding, accountability, and intersectoral collaboration. Last, dealing with community-based and inclusive intervention. Community-based approach has shown great result. The organization like the Dayan Sangat and staff have trained non-specialist work to provide mental health support within primary health system. These programs are gender sensitive, locally led, and culturally adapted, which helps build trust and participation with communities. By involving local leaders and volunteers, these models make mental health more accessible and sustainable. There come successful models in India. Some of successful Indian example includes Kerala Ashwas clinics, which offer free counseling and psychiatric service at the primary level. Goa's Manas program, where lay health workers treat depression and anxiety in villages, and Gujarat's Atmiyata project, which train peer volunteers to give psychosocial support. This example shows that they care community-based,
Sorry to
decentralized,
interrupt, Ms. Krishna Priya.
Okay.
We are running short on time. Could you please wrap up your presentation in a minute?
Okay. Okay. To wrap up the paper, India has definitely made progress in mental health policies, but true equity is still a work in progress. We need to tackle structural barriers like stigma, shortage of professional, and poor implementation. The good news is successful community-based programs shows us that change is possible. If we make interventions inclusive, culturally sensitive, and community-led, ultimately, mental health equity is not just a mental health. It's not just a healthcare issue. It's about social justice, dignity, and sustainable human development. That's all about our topic. Thank you.
Thank you, Krishna Priya. It was a nice presentation, and the topic was very relevant. Now, thank you. Now it's time to ask questions. Participants, you can ask questions. Okay, Krishna Priya, let me know who are considered as marginalized population in Indian context.
Thank you for the question, ma'am. According to the Indian context, marginalized population include tribal communities, coastal
Yes.
population, migrant workers, people living in poverty, and socially disadvantaged groups such as Dalits and minorities. These groups often face barriers in accessing health care, education, and other social resources.
Okay. Okay. Nice response. Thank you. Thank you, Krishnapriya.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
ma'am.
Okay. Now, the next participant is Saira Grace Saju, and the topic she's presenting: Frozen Legacies, Colonialism, Extraction, and Climate Crisis in an Era of Anthropocene. Saira Grace Saju, please start your presentation.
Hello, ma'am. I have already asked to share the screen because there was some trouble with the presentation. I will see if I can share. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is visible now.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so my topic for the presentation is on frozen legacies, colonialism, extraction, and climate crisis in an era of Anthropocene. So what here I am going to discuss is about, firstly, the topic with respect to colonialism. And after the colonialism, I will be explaining about the relevance of the polar region or the Arctic geopolitics in contemporary times. And I'll keep the presentation short because we are running out of time. And firstly, I would like to say there is a definition in the introduction part which is given by Arthur Hamel and what is colonialism. So in simple terms, if you ask what is colonialism means, it is about the extraction of resources and having an economic dominance on the region through territorial or political control. One good example can be India, which is conquered by Britishers during modern times. So that is one good example. So they are
Ma'am,
yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. We
Yeah.
request you to turn on your video.
Video, okay, yeah. Is it visible now? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So this is about mostly about resource exploitation of a particular region through political control or territorial control. That is what it is about. Colonialism is mostly about. And coming to the colonialism, since ancient times, let's say since the time of Assyrian Empire or the Roman Empire context itself, there was a lot of resource exploitation or colonialism has taken place. And later on, after that, you see about navigators like Christopher Columbus, who has done a lot for the discovery of USA. So there are a lot of, so this itself shows about the colonialism aspect in the historical background. For example, more than the resource exploitation, they were trying to find out a region for themselves. And later on, you had the countries like the Spain, Portugal, Britain, Netherlands, and all having most of the colonies or occupying colonies. And one such good example is Britishers occupying the India. And I can say that through this colonialism, the Western world, which we see currently now, or the Europe, which we see currently now, has gained a lot of prominence by the exploitation of resources or dominating the global south in the contemporary terms. That is what I would have observed. And understanding the colonialism is very important to understand how is it connected to the current global warming or the greenhouse effect, because currently we are placed with the issues of carbon dioxide level and global warming related issue, which has had a high impact on the earth, and it is very necessary to understand colonialism. That is how I have connected with the topic. And the term colonialism was used by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change very recently in this 2022 report. And that was the time when the scientists as well as the researchers and the scholars have identified that the current challenges which we face in current times, for example, like the climate change threat or any kind of threat we are facing now, or the global warming, or the greenhouse effect, is the result of colonialism, which has had impact long back ago. And additionally, it also indicates that the officials as well as the scientists is acknowledging the concept of colonialism in their report and connecting it with the topic of Arctic region. Arctic region is the northernmost part of the Earth, and it seems to be an untouched area We have conducted a lot of studies on areas related to the Russia, USA, China, and many others, but this region seems to be concepts like Antarctica and Arctic remains to be the last frontier because it has been untouched. And in the current times, there is a lot of exploration and geopolitical competition with respect to resource extraction has taken place. So this topic I am trying to connect it with the previous times of the colonial resource extraction which has been done. And when you look into the region now, there are a lot of indigenous population which are residing within the region. And because there is a large scale of mining of activities, oil exploration, and exploration of gas hydrates and hydrocarbons are taking place within the region. And this reflects how that particular region of Arctic is disproportionately affected with respect to other parts of the world, as well as how the communities who are surviving within the region is badly affected. So the problem which I would like to discuss is why this region has become a significant important in the contemporary times or in the upcoming times, and how this region will affect the population disproportionately, as well as the world. So significance of this region is, as per the Trends Research and Advisory think tank, it has been mentioned that Russia has the most dominance in this region, and you see China, which is a Asian state as well as an observer state, trying to occupy a dominance on this particular Arctic region. And there are certain gas-related pipeline projects like the Yamal LNG project, and which is supported by the Chinese and French investment, as well as Russia is also trying to become a global leader in the perspective of energy security and the liquefied natural gas. So this particular region is providing a lot of hydrocarbons as well as gas hydrates and many other resources. Simultaneously, since it is an ecologically fragile region, the region is also badly affected because of the role of great power politics. Objectives of the study is to identify what are the resource conflict in the region due to extraction, because this is also indicating on one side with respect to the colonialism which had in previous time, and to understand about the evolving geopolitical landscape, and other one on the impact on indigenous community. The reason why I have opted for this topic is, when you look into the theory of world system theory by Immanuel Wallerstein, you have the core, semi-core, and peripheral method, which has caused a division at the global level. That is why when you look into the global south, you have some nations like Australia or USA, which is on the global north, and many other nations like India, Africa. We are still the developing nations or underdeveloped nation, which because of the division or the colonialism that has taken place during the past times. And research methodology, what I've used for this is mostly based on qualitative methods, since this is a very hard topic to do, and since being it a scientific topic, it is very hard to do. So I have taken qualitative methods with respect to policy documents, media-based reports, using other reports and books from the library, etc. was how has helped me to gain this study. When you look into the limitations and scope of the study, the researchers often rely only on secondary resources. And when you do a research, it is very important to understand that if you rely only on secondary resources, 10 years after now, if you rely on the current material, the research becomes outdated. And the language which is known to one particular region is giving information only to people who have known to that particular region. And if you want to do a lot of exploration of research within that particular region, you have to study their language or get adapted to their way of living to understand what is happening within that particular context. And this language barrier is another limitation I have found out. Apart from that, the study seems to be very comprehensive and dynamic because a lot of changes are happening in terms of global level. So how is it reshaping the international political economy as well as the energy market seems to be a very important question as it keeps on changing. Findings and suggestion is, this region seems to be an important geopolitical tension in the contemporary times, I feel. Apart from this, there are a lot of regions with respect to the Caspian Sea, Black Sea, etc., which is also causing a lot of impact on the earth. Apart from the West Asia or the Middle East energy market, which has caused a global impact. Conclusion, which I would like to say, is when you analyze it from an environmental issue, it is not only about the social justice. For example, when you look into the people who are living in that particular place, when the great powers are trying to extract a lot of resources, there is no consent which is taken from the communities who are residing in that particular area, which is causing social injustice to the people. And a lot of infrastructure development is happening on one particular side, or developments are taking place on one particular side. It is also causing an impact on the environment, especially in this ecologically fragile zones. So will these people be able to adapt to the changes or what are the steps that need to be taken by the international organizations at a global level. So it is the developed countries who should take much responsibilities than the developing nations or the underdeveloped nations, and also the developed countries should give some kind of financial aid to those who are in need for better infrastructural facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, Saira Grace Saju. It was really a nice presentation. Due to the time limit, I am moving to the next presenter. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
The next presentation by Sarangi Sunil. A topic is sustainability or exclusion, forest governance and marginalization in Kudiyetta Colony, Wayanad. Sarangi Sunil, please start your presentation. You're not audible.
Ma'am, you're not audible. Ma'am, please reconnect your microphone. Ma'am, you're not audible. Ma'am, kindly reconnect your microphone. Ma'am, you're not audible. Ma'am, can you remove your microphone and use your laptop audio? Ma'am, kindly disconnect your microphone. You're not audible right now. Can you please connect to your laptop mic? Ladies and gentlemen, please wait for a moment. We are facing some technical issues. Dear participants, for the time being, we are moving to the next presentation. Sridevi ma'am, we are moving to the next presentation as we are facing some technical glitches.
Okay. Now, the next presentation by Fatimat Shadia, MT and Gobiga CP. Fatimat Shadia and Gobiga CP. Their topic is the raising trade of risk, economics impact of a recent disaster in Kerala. Shadia and Gobiga, you can start your presentation now.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and visible.
Good afternoon, all. Respected chair, delegated presentation. It's honor to be part of this international e-conference presentation.
My topic is the rising tide of risk, economic impact of recent disaster in Kerala. Kerala, known for its natural beauty, has a recent faced severe challenges for disaster like this 2024 Wayanad landslide. This event has deeply affected people live the state economy. In my presentation, I discuss how such disaster influence Kerala economic structure and what lesson we can learn for more sustainable and realizing futures. Kerala's geographical position along with the Western Gate make it vulnerable to natural disaster. The 2018 flood and 2024 Wayanad landslides ravaged region, environmental fragility, climate change and unplanned development have amplified this risk. Next one is regional overview. Kerala's wide terrain for costless plants to high lands contribute to frequent landslide. Historical records show major landslides in 1984, 1982, 2001 and 2018 with rising frequently after 2018. The next is landslide overview. On 13 July 2024, in early hours, massive landslide struck village in Mepadi Panchayat, Maitri Taluk, Wayanad district, especially Churalmala, Mundakai, Attamala. The slope failure was a large an early landslide reacted in the depth soil rock trees flowered then 8 kilometers down hills. For forest hill slope, the landslide forms natural dams by depth soil got statutory giving way under present the heavily rain water losing soil statutory tradition collapse causes 373 deaths, major infrastructure damages. Landslide causes using disaster system theory, the study identified that a disaster result for interactions among hazard, including environmental triggering factors and exposes population. Then next slide is triggering factors, extreme monsoon rainfalls. Next is soil saturations, reduction stabilities, shifting rainfall patterns, Arabian Sea temperatures rising. Vulnerability factors, low disaster awareness, poor land use practice, and indicates housing of a usable slopes, increasing social risk. Many victims was the low income plantation works. Risk prevention is the Prime Minister of India announced exercise in combination for the Prime Minister National Relief Fund provide 2 lakhs to the family of a deceased and 50,000 individuals concurrently. The Kerala state government activate the Chief Minister Disaster Relief Fund to mobilize public donations and issued Indian substance allowance for family who had lost their homes. The conclusion of the disaster may shake our land, but they also relieve our resale with awareness, planning, and unity. We can turn every challenges into steps toward a strong Kerala. With awareness, planning, and unity, we can turn every challenges into step towards strong Kerala. That's conclusion. Thank you for all listening my presentation. I look forward to valuable feedback and questions.
Okay, it was a nice presentation, Shadia. Okay, congrats for the selection of a relevant topic. Okay, thank you. I'm moving to the next presentation. The next presentation is done by Dr. Pooja A. And the topic, the politics of sustainability, UNO's role in sustainable futures. Dr. Pooja, please start your presentation.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Hello. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible and your presentations are visible. Please start.
Okay, ma'am. Okay. Good morning. Good afternoon to all. Respected chair, organizers, and fellow participants, it is indeed a great honor to present my paper on the topic, The Politics of Sustainability, the UNO's Role in Sustainable Future at this two-day International E-Conference. In today's world, sustainability has become one of the most important global concerns. It is not only about protecting the environment, but also about ensuring social justice, economic progress for all. In this presentation, the presenter tried to discuss the political dimensions of sustainability, explain UNO's major contribution, and highlight the challenges and prospects in achieving sustainable future. So let me introduce myself. I am Dr. Pooja A, Assistant Professor, Department of Political Science, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. Moving on the first slide, here the researcher tried to convey the subject matter of the presentation. That means what are the areas the presenter tries to convey through the presentation. Understand the conceptual framework. That means understanding or how we can define the term sustainability. Then political dimensions of sustainability, UNO and sustainable developmental goals and challenges in sustainability politics. Moving on the next slide, it deals with the introductory part of the presentation. I know most of the people assembled here are already familiar with the concept of sustainability, but to make the presentation clear, the presenter is mandatory should begin by explaining what sustainability actually means. Sustainability is now a major topic in world politics. Sustainability tries to link caring for the environment protection, developing the economy, and ensuring social fairness. The United Nations leads many international efforts to promote sustainability among nations. However, achieving sustainable development, it involves political debates, power struggle, and cooperation among nations. Moving on the next slide, it deals with how we can define the term sustainability. Sustainability means using resources wisely so that the needs of the present generation are met without harming the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainability focuses on the balance between people, planet, and prosperity. It focuses on the people, it focuses on the balance, it focuses on the prosperity. So, in short, sustainability about living well today without destroying tomorrow. Moving on the next slide, it deals with the 3 pillars of sustainability. Sustainability is interconnected with the 3 main pillars that is also called triple bottom line. The 3 pillars of sustainability are environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and social sustainability. Environmental sustainability include protecting nature and reducing pollution. Economic sustainability involves promoting fair and stable economic growth. Social sustainability deals ensuring equity, justice, and quality of life for all. So all three, that is environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and social sustainability are interconnected because true sustainability can exist only when all 3 pillars such as environmental, economic, and social sustainability are balanced. So it is a pictographical representation of sustainability. Here the presenter tried to connect the three important notions such as environment, economy and society, which are closely connected to the notion of sustainable development. The environment provides the natural base such as air, water, land. The economy depends on environmental resources and human work. Then the society provides people, values, and cooperation. When these three, such as environment, economy, and society, work together in balance, we can only achieve the true and fruitful sustainable development among nations. Moving on the next slide, it deals with political dimensions of sustainability. So sustainability is not just about science or technology. Behind sustainability, there should be politics, because government must decide how to allocate resources, enact laws, and strike a balance between national interest and global objectives. Sometimes rich and poor countries disagree on priorities. For example, developing nations may want industrial growth, while developed nations may focus more on environmental limits. These differences make sustainability a political issue. It's also involved politics and decision making, because government have to decide how resources are used by people, what laws to make for the initiative to develop sustainable development, and how to balance national development with global environmental goals. And I have already mentioned that the different countries have different needs. Developing countries have their own priorities, their own political priority, their own environmental priority, their own economic priority, while developed countries have priority which are entirely different from those of developing countries. This is made sustainability a political issue. Moving on the next slide, it deals with UNO and sustainability. The first session of today's two-day International E-Conference delivered by Dr. T.V. Muralidharan sir emphasized the importance of the United Nations holistic approach to sustainability. It was for me a meaningful, because as I am currently working on a paper titled The Politics of Sustainability, the UNO's Role in Sustainable Future. The UNO is an international body, act as a global body that helps countries work together. UNO provides ample space for discussion and make international rules and agreements. As all we know that UNO has different specialized agencies, and the different specialized agencies of UNO have different roles. So different UN agencies have made a special roles to promote sustainable development among nations. UNDP support development and poverty reduction. UNEP works for environmental protection, and UNESCO promotes education and scientific cooperation among sustainable development. So the UN also proposed, when we discuss the politics of sustainability, we must also consider the role of United Nations and sustainable development. The UN is an international body that can articulate the interest of both developed and developing countries. Moving on to the next slide, it deals with UNO's role in policy and implementation. And moving on the next slide, it deals with the sustainable development goals. The UNO also proposed a comprehensive plan for both developed and developing nations to follow in achieving sustainable development. The goals cover many areas like ending poverty, hunger, and promote gender equality, protecting the planet, and ensuring peace and justice. The UNO's proposed goals is a clear and plan for countries to follow to achieve sustainable development by 2013 agenda. So as we already mentioned about the UNO role to maintain sustainability among nations, there are still many difficulties. Rich and poor nations have unequal power and resources. Economic growth sometimes harms the environment. Many governments lack the political will to act strongly, and issues climate finance and technology sharing unsolved. So these challenges slow down the progress of sustainability. So in the previous slide, the presenter discussed the challenges of global
sorry to
sustainability.
interrupt. We are running short on time. Could you please wrap up your presentation?
Okay, ma'am. I will try to wrap up my presentation. Therefore, the presenter needs to suggest ways to overcome and address these challenges, sustainable development among nations. Decisions must include all countries and communities, encouraging green technologies, renewable energy, and sustainable lifestyle, and working together to partnership is the only way to secure fair and healthy future all. So the nations try to improve green technologies and sustainable lifestyle, and partnership for fair and healthy development, and progress through unity and shared purpose become the goal for future sustainable development. So to conclude this session, sustainability is not just an environmental issue, it is purely political, economic, and moral challenge that requires the collective will of the global community. So each nation, community, and individual has a part to play in this common journey. Together, we can ensure that progress today does not come at the cost of tomorrow. So we will want to live a better life, but our efforts to do so should not harm the lives of future generations and our environment. So you can decide, are you part of the problem or are you part of the solution? So together we build a future, a better sustainable development world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pooja, for your valuable insights. And it was a really nice presentation. For the shortage of time, I am moving to the next presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Now the next presentation by Veena. Her topic is Sustainable Development and Healthcare in India, Alignment, Progress and Challenge. Veena, please join.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible and visible. You can start your presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon to all respected dignitaries, organizations, fellow dignitaries, and faculty members and dear participants. It needed to great honor and privilege to be part of this intentional seminar on the innovation for sustainable future, bridging science, society and policy, organized in collaboration with St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi. First of all, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the organizations for giving me as the wonderful opportunity for presented my thoughts and research before such a distinguished audience. My presentations focused on sustainable development and health care in India, alignment, progress, and challenges. In this session, I will explore how to India striving to integrate sustainable development goals within the health sector, examining the achievement made so far, innovative approaches adopted, and challenges that still remain to ensuring equitable, inclusive, and sustainable health outcome for all. Then, the introduction among to the 17th Sustainable Development Goal, the focus on paper is SDG 3, namely good health and well-being. That is 9 goals and 30 targets. Universal health coverage, along with the maximum of no one must be left behind. Health is also forms an essential component of Vision 2047. That is 5 themes of that vision. First one, empowered Indians, good governance and security, thriving and sustainable economy, India and the world, innovation and science technology. Then that are the major objectives of my studies: to understand the interlinkages between sustainable development, Vision 2047 and health. To analyze India's commitment to health-related SDGs by exploring the Ayushman Bharat scheme. To understand the larger obstacles facing India's journey towards the sustainable health and consequently towards the Vision 2047 means of analyzing above the mentioned theme. That are the major methodology for using that my research. Mixed method approaching utilize both quantitative and qualitative analysis, secondary data such as government report, institutional database, and academic journals, descriptive analysis. Then we are moving on to the Ayushman Bharat, that is the National Health Protection Scheme under the government. India is under risk of premature loss of lives from non-communicable diseases such as diabetics or cancer in 23%. 1 birth per 1,000 population and less than a single 0.7 physicians per 10,000 population. The inadequacy of specialist doctors, it is all shocking of high 80%. Less even though healthcare spending has increased to 2.5%, it is still incredibly lower than target of 5%. In September 2018, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare launched the Ayushman Bharat scheme as a part of National Health Policy 2017 to achieve the goal of universal health coverage. According to the World Health Organization, UHSC is a system in which everyone in society can get the healthcare services they need without increasing financial hardship. The Ayushman Bharat, also known as the National Health Protection Scheme, comprises two major components, that is Health and Wellness Center and the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. That is the major symbols of Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana and insurance card. Then we are moving on to the health and wellness centers. It planned to create large network at the primary level of healthcare by certain 1.5 lakh health wellness centers. This was to be done by upgrading existing sub-health centers and primary health centers across in the country. Services will be free of cost. Maintenance e-health record within the help of efficient IT system. Provide the wider range of health services, including palliative care, maternal care, and rehabilitative services. Enhancing the overall wellness of population by encouraging the communities to adopt healthier lifestyle and focus on preventive health. A heavy shortage of healthcare workforce made more glaring than ever COVID-19 pandemic. Absentee doctors, external migration and healthcare workers, even though the onus of maintaining e-health record was put on them, poor internet connectivity, particularly in the far-flung areas, made the task of difficult. Wellness programs necessitate large scale of awareness initiative, which in turn require last mile workforce and community level engagements. Then we are moving on to the PM Jan Arogya Yojana, Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana. That is Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, that is the picture presentation. Almost 100 million people are pushed into poverty every year because of catastrophic health expenditure, primarily on a large scale of out-pocket expenditure, that is OOPE. World Health Organization in 2017 in India, out-pocket expenditure often includes, along with the expenditure of consultations, medicines, and hospitalization and transportation, loss of daily wages as well. The Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana was launched with this in the mind, along with the SDG 3 principles of no one must be left behind. A health insurance scheme providing insurance of 5 lakhs rupees per family in India covers the bottom of 40% of population. The scheme chooses beneficiaries based on socio-economic and caste census data and panels private hospitals across in the countries. It has allowed it to the create of much wider network and at the same time deal with issues of quality. Reduction of outpatient economy of hospitalized patients in the country of 64%. District with high Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana coverage shared in 50 of reduction in the infant mortality rates. The output patient expenditure are left out of its purview. This is the matter of concern since outpatient expenditure from 80% patients total out-of-pocket expenditure. Lack of awareness regarding the enrollment process in certain rural areas focuses more on secondary and tertiary levels of care than primary care, which are mostly available in urban centers, meaning it does little to prevent overcrowding to rural areas for primary health care and outpatient services. Increased the role of private players and the change in the role of government from that of provider of financial. Then apprehensions regarding the proper implementations of scheme, given the unique federal character of this nation, the implementation cost and shared the ratio of 60.40 between the center and the state. As now, Odisha, West Bengal, Telangana, and NCT of Delhi have refused the implement of it, even though West Bengal initiatively implemented it late.
Sorry to interrupt.
Out 2019.
We request you to kindly wrap up your session.
Okay. Yeah. A large number of people, including the elderly, left out the program. This criteria followed using the socio-economic caste census, criticized in the grounds of exclusive. Then, The major conclusions are forwarded, that is, increase budgetary allocations, achieve the goal of 5% expenditure of GDP on health along with adopting the effective financing mechanism. Coverage can be increased form of present 5 lakh rupees as well enhanced in the cover of wider range of serving including output patient care. Then public-private partnership model should be better planned and designed to ensure affordable and accessible health care to all needy individuals. The scheme should be further expanded to ensure comprehensive care, particularly with focus on primary care. Similarly, care must be given to make a almost process simplified and to the easier for the elderly rural life. Adequate incentives, upskilling of available workforce and stricter guidelines. It to ensure truly efficient private participation monitoring system should be established to use of technological. The government, rather than playing a reduced, should instead become more proactive and adopt a roles of provider rather than facilitator. Then community engagement. It is an essential factor promoting wellness, hygienic practice and healthy living require better engagement at the grassroots level, which turn require even more last mile workforce. Thus, addressing the several problems associated within the healthcare require major system changes. To empower Indians, as mentioned, Vision 2047 require holistic rather than piecemeal approach. Then that are the major pictures presentations. Then we conclude my presentation focused on sustainable development and healthcare in India's alignment, progress and challenges. In this section, the development and healthcare in our nation progress by strengthening the bridge between science, society, and policy can build health system that is both equitable, sustainable. I sincerely thank to organizations of their international seminar, St. Mary's College, Puthanangadi, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you all for your attention and support. Thank you.
Thank you, Veena. That's nice presentation. And now we are moving to the next presentation by Nikhil. Topic is the Kerala model of development and its relation to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Nikhil, please start your presentation.
Am I audible?
Yes, you can start now.
The screen is visible?
Audible and visible.
Okay. Good afternoon all, and thank you for the opportunity. Directly, I'm starting to the presentation. My topic is the Kerala model of development and its relation to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And the introduction part is Kerala, despite the modest income level, has achieved remarkable development goals. As we know, United Nations have provided Sustainable Development Goals from 2050 to providing the goal of 2030. And Kerala provides a template for localizing SDGs in India. Kerala recognizes a high human development space modernism. The word Kerala model also recognizes the social investment and equality plus welfare growth and the strong parallels with UN SDGs, especially health, education, and inequality, and also avoiding the inequalities. The UN development goals are majorly provided for the sustainable development goals for the whole globally, as these are the SDG goals provided by United Nations for the development by the sustainability. And as the global development agenda shifted to the UN Sustainable Development Goals in 2050, Kerala experience provides a potential template for localizing the SDGs. Many state policies and institutions directly support SDG targets on health, education, and gender equality. The major statement of the problem is how effectively has Kerala integrated UN SDGs into development mode. As we know, Kerala is a small state of India, and whole the India always ready to adopt the UN SDG goals, and also majorly Kerala always has created their SDG goals into their local self-governments. And also the major objective of the study is examining influence of UN SDGs on Kerala's development framework as institutional mechanisms in SDG cell in KILA dashboard. As we know, KILA is the Kerala Institute of Local Administration, always making the whole their powers and creating their policies into connecting with the SDGs goals and identify the challenges in achieving 2013 goals. And also the major significance. This topic matters because Kerala model demonstrates that economic growth alone doesn't define development and human welfare does. Kerala policies on education, healthcare, gender equality, and participatory governance directly reflect the SDGs core principles. The state embodies several SDGs, especially SDG 1, 3, 4, and SDG 5. Kerala considered top ranking in Niti Aayog SDG index. As we know, Niti Aayog creating the SDG goals and the state list of best one. And however, it also faces new challenges, unemployment, migration, climate change. In short, Kerala is both success in story in a testing ground for adapting SDC at the local level. The major scope of the study is focus on Kerala's governance, health, education, and gender equality. Evaluate alignment of Kerala's model with SDG 1 to 60 and the major influences. In UN SDGs 2050 created a universal framework for sustainable by 2030. Kerala development goals already reflected these values long before SDG were adapted. We can see the history of Kerala always our governance always connected with the SDG goals. The SDG frameworks helped refine and expand Kerala's focus from social welfare to include environment sustainability and resilience. The synergy between global goals and local action is what makes Kerala's cases compelling. In a historical overview, we can see that always Kerala's development as people-centered. The Kerala model emerged in 90s, 70s, and 80s, gaining global recognition for achieving developed world social indicators and rooted in social reform movements led by Srinarayana Guru, Ayyangali, and Chattan. Always our development always related to the equality and justice. Post-independence, Kerala expanded public health, education, and land reforms. As we know, land reforms the major act powered by Kerala government always for the sustainable development and the equality and the justice. It's a model where development is democratic, inclusive, and ethical values the mirror of SDG vision and mapping Kerala's model to the SDGs. As now we know we are connecting directly to the SDG goals in our policies. In 70 SDGs are provided by UN and below some of the SDGs connecting in the Kerala's development. The SDG 1 is no poverty. The major SDG is provided by United Nations and Kerala is provided social protection, even the pensions, welfare schemes, and human capital investment have reduced extreme poverty and vulnerability. We know in India, Kerala has developed and reduced the poverty majorly. And SDG 2 is zero hunger. Public distribution systems and nutrition intervention contribute to food security outcomes in the state. And SDG 3 is the good health and well-being, robust primary health care, maternal and child health programs, and low internal mortality rate directly aligned with the SDG 3 targets. And SDG 4 is quality education, near university literacy, high retention and enrollment rates high strongly in SDG 4. And 5 is gender equality, 6 is clean water and sanitation, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth. Also reduced inequality, sustainable cities and communities, and also climate action, life on land. And we can say that there's 17 SDGs goals, and always Kerala consistently top ranked in Niti Aayog and SDG index. Always Niti Aayog provided SDG index every year, and Kerala is toply ranked in every year. And we know institutionalization. We can see that majorly KILA, Kerala Institute of Local Administration, creating a dashboard for monitoring. Integration in rebuilding Kerala initiative post 2080 floods. In the context, Kerala, the same whole government approach is opted. Kerala state had been working in the area of capacity building, PRIs, especially localization, SDG through KILA and LSGD, local self-government, and departments in the strategy adopting low cost and no cost effect. And also, Kerala integrated SDG in the governance
Sorry to
structure.
interrupt.
Okay,
Since we are running short on time,
okay.
I request you to summarize your key points.
Okay. Alignment the SDG goals also health sectors. We can see the ARDRAM for the health sectors, ARDRAM missions, and the COVID-19 effects. And the education policy, we see in the high-tech school programs, new schemes in school education. And in the gender equality, we can the Kudumbashree missions and always the female workforce for the female workforce. And also in environment sustainability, we can the Haida Kerala mission, Sujitha mission, Rebuild Kerala. And also there's so much missions for the connecting with the SDG goals. And we can see in the economic growth, also in the governance. Majorly the local self-government missions and the Panchayat Raj systems are always working, and people's planning is connected with the SDG goals. There are major challenges also, and this Kerala model of development is very globally relevant. And major recommendation of the Kerala government is mostly promote green industries and renewable energy, and strengthen digital and data-driven governance, bridge regional disparities and local participation. And I'm concluding Kerala model development, people-centered, equitable and sustainable development, and SDG reinforced and Kerala strengthen address new challenges, demonstrate the law action and fulfill global laws. And concluding, thank you.
Thank you, Nikhil, for the presentation. Now I am moving to the next presentation. Sarangi Sunil. I think the technical problem may be solved. Please join for the presentation.
Hello, ma'am. You're not audible.
Yes, you're audible. You can start now. Yes. Sarangi Sunil.
Sarangi, ma'am. You're not audible. No, ma'am. You're not audible. No, ma'am. You're not audible right at the moment. We find difficulty. It's not audible. Dear participants, please wait for the moment.
Am I audible?
Ma'am, your voice is.
Yeah, the headset is running.
Sarangi, ma'am, you may proceed.
Audible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Please share the PPT. Can you please share the PPT?
Ma'am, your voice is very low. Kindly come closer to the laptop and speak. Voice is very low. The chair may not be able to hear you. You're audible, but your voice is very low.
I can't see the PPT.
Ma'am, kindly try to speak loudly so that we can hear you.
The title of the paper is Sustainability or Exclusion. Ma'am, can I off the video? Title of the paper is Sustainability or Exclusion, Forest Governance and Indigenous Marginalization, Greater Colony Wayanad. Next. Next slide, please. The sustainability debates in India often privilege conservation over justice. In India, sustainability is often discussed in terms of conservation, means protecting forests, wildlife, and natural resources. But it's a question: who benefits from this conservation? Who bears its cost? Actually, all the conservation projects sideline the lived realities of the marginalized communities in India. There is an exclusion of indigenous people or tribal people. The main reason for this exclusion is the continuity of the colonial forest laws of India eventually. And this colonial framework, forests were transformed from community managed commons to state controlled regime. So the framework didn't disappear after independence. So there's a particular study in Greater Colony Wayanad focuses on governance, sustainability, and intersectional inequality, looking at how environmental policies, gender, and social hierarchies intersect to produce exclusion in the name of protection. So, when coming to the statement of the problem, so the problem lies in the continuity of the colonial forest governance. There is centralized control of colonial forest policies that always restrict the tribal communities from accessing their own land. Indigenous people laws, traditional rights, and autonomy over livelihood practices, they are rarely consulted in decisions because the centralized model of governance functions with a top-down approach. Please move to the next slide. So, in Greater Colony, I've already said that it's a reserved forest where families have several restrictions. In that, these restrictions create economic hardship, gender burden, and social exclusion. So, in that sense, the governance undermine sustainability and tribal well-being. Objectives. There are three objectives. First, to examine how colonial forest governance continues to shape present-day exclusions in Greater Colony. Second, to analyze socioeconomic and gender challenges through an intersectional lens among tribal communities. And third, to explore pathways for inclusive and right-based forest governance, integrating sustainability and justice. Next slide. Methodology. I used mixed method combining qualitative and descriptive approaches. Primary data collected from Greater Colony Tilaka, Wayanad. It's a small settlement of 30 families. And data collected through semi-structured interviews and participant observation. And secondary source also used. And finally, thematic and evaluative method used to data analysis. Next. The study has some limitations. I already said that I collected the data from a single location, so the sample size is too small, and the study has limited quantitative depth because it's more a qualitative study. But the study provides micro-level insight into governance and sustainability and builds intersectional understanding of marginality and justice. Next slide. When coming to the research section, the first theme explores land, governance, and citizenship. All the 30 families in Greater Colony live under reserved forest restriction. It's officially a part of reserved forest. They have no land right, no right to build a permanent house or access to electricity, etc. All three tribal groups, they are Paniya, Kuruchi, and Kuruma. They face similar structural restrictions here, especially for the land use, but different in the social status also. Panchayat has no authority here because the governance is highly centralized here. Next slide. Okay. The second result highlights the livelihood education and gender challenges. Families depend on daily wages or plantation labor here. Women carry a double burden. Sometimes they manage household chores and walks long distance to fetch water. The houses are built from plastic sheets and mud, often collapsing during the monsoon. Lack of electricity is the main issue here because during the period of COVID-19, the children struggled for digital education. They did not get digital education at that time. Totally, we can see an intersectional vulnerability where caste, class, and gender overlap here. Next slide. The next section focuses on environmental and social inequalities. First one is about wild animal attack. Wild animals like boars, elephants often enjoy the face damaging the houses. Families are not allowed to build toilets and water tanks here. This creates daily stress and health risks. Basically, no construction activities allowed here. Poor drainage and sanitation increases diseases during the monsoon also. Then infrastructure facilities like road connectivity, transportation is very poor here. For the people, forest protection has become a form of control, not environmental care. Next slide. Findings. The forest governance in India remains highly centralized, reproducing colonial structure of control. And reserved forest status limits community access to land, livelihood, and basic infrastructure. In policy, prioritize conservation and state authority over the welfare of the indigenous residents. People face dual marginalization through economic dependency and environmental concerns are used to prove exclusion and struggles, not ecology alone. Government empowerment initiatives remain symbolic, offering visibility but not structural change. The community's perceptions of sustainability emphasize justice, participation, and dignity, not just protection. Next slide. Next slide, please. Suggestions. Promote participatory forest governance with direct involvement of tribal communities. And second is ensure implementation of the Forest Rights Act to restore land and related rights. And strengthen local forest communities with real decision-making authority. Guarantee basic infrastructure, water, housing, and electricity within forest settlements. Introduce gender-sensitive programs that recognize women's technological knowledge and labor. Shift policy focus from mere protection to inclusive sustainability, grounded in social justice. Recognize as partners in conservation, not as encroachers or dependents. Recognize the tribal people as partners in conservation, not as encroachers. Next slide, please. To conclude, the true sustainability in India must begin with justice, not restriction. Protecting forests should not never mean displacing the people. Okay, reimagining governance through participation, equality, and constitutional morality is the only way to ensure both ecological and human survival. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sarangi Sunil. Was a relevant topic. Thank you for the presentation. Now, all the presentations are over. Thank you. Thank you. And all the best to all the participants. Thank you.
And with that, the first session of our paper presentation has ended. We'll now pause for a lunch break. We have now completed the first session of paper presentations and will now move on to the next session at 2 p.m. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the chair, Ms. Sridevi V, Head of the Department of English. Thank you, ma'am.